बिना मैं आदि स्तुताय कहाँ चला मैं। हे गणराय तेरे बिना मैं आदि स्तुताय कहाँ चला मैं। आकार लेने लगा ख्वाब मेरा साकार होते रुका ख्वाब मेरा। मेरे अधूरे कारना सनी दा दबा कर दे तू पूरे आज सानी दा पानी दा बमगा सरब बरनी।
सर्वांगी सुंदर उदिशेंदुराची कंठी झळके माळ मुक्ता फळांची। जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती। दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती। जय देव जय देव।
लंबोदर तू विनायका तू कल्लोळेश्वर मोरया विघ्नेश्वर तू एकदंत तू मयुरेश्वर मोरया वक्रतुंड तू गजमुखा तू सिद्धी विनायका।
What a beautiful performance. Let's give them a big round of applause, my friends. Thank you very much for that grand and beautiful presentation. My friends, now it's time when we begin the proceedings of the inaugural session of World Technology Summit 2025, and for which I would now like to request all the dignitaries, along with Executive President Dr. Rahul Karad and the Honorable Minister, to join hands for ringing the bell of democracy. I request the Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, then Dr. Rahul Karad sir, Sir Paul J. Foster, Madam Deborah Pandit Swaf, Mr. Steve Hellman, Madam Diane Terienki, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. R.M. Chitnis, Dr. Prasad Khandekar, and Dr. G.M. Kakandikar to join hands. It is indeed our fortune that we have also joined with the Consul General of Chile in Mumbai, Mr. Gustavo Gonzal. A big round of applause, my friends, as the bell is ringing, giving the message of that we all stand together and united for strengthening the democratic fabric of this nation. Thank you. I now request all the dignitaries for joining hands for lighting the traditional lamp. Lighting of lamp is an important tradition of our motherland Bharat, and which symbolizes that this light will keep guiding us and showing us the path forward. The World Technology Summit 2025 would formally be inaugurated with lighting of this lamp. Let's join them with a big round of applause, my friends, as Sir Paul J. Foster, along Honorable Minister and all the dignitaries have now joined hands for lighting the traditional lamp. A beautiful moment in this inaugural ceremony of World Technology Group, the World Technology Summit 2025. I now request the dignitaries to join us on stage. Indeed, a beautiful photograph before that. Thank you very much. I now request all the dignitaries to join us on stage. I request Dr. Prasad Khandekar and G.M. Kakandikar sir to join us on stage. My friends,
good morning.
The World Technology Summit
Okay,
2025, organized by the World Technology Group in collaboration with MIT World Peace University, serves as the global platform where visionary leaders, scientists, technologists, educators, and policy makers come together to explore how technology can drive positive transformation for humanity. Over the next 2 decades, we will witness some of the insightful sessions, panel discussions, and dialogues focusing on artificial intelligence, biotechnology, space economy, and digital infrastructure, all aimed at shaping the future rooted in innovation, inclusivity, and peace. Before we begin with this session formally, let us join hands and pray to the Almighty, and for which I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, if they can please rise in their seats, fold their hands, because now we are going to do a prayer which does not talk about any caste, creed, religion, or any section of society. This prayer in Sanskrit purely talks about the well-being of entire humanity. So I request all of you to please fold your hands, close your eyes, bring the image of your mother, father, your beloved in front of your eyes, and wholeheartedly meditate and participate in World Peace Prayer.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि बोधि गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you. And now, in this inaugural session of World Technology Summit 2025, I would like to request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, to kindly propose the welcome address.
Good morning, all of you. It's a great pleasure to be witnessing such a congregation of distinguished global technologists gathered here under one roof for this marvelous World Peace Tomb created by Dr. Karad sir. And on behalf of him, Founder President and UNESCO Chair for Human Rights, Democracy and Peace, Professor Dr. Karad sir, on behalf of our dynamic Executive President, Dr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad sir, on behalf of all the trustee members, on behalf of 2,000 plus professors and administration staff, on behalf of 25,000 plus students, on behalf of 50,000 plus parents, gives me immense honor and pleasure to extend a warm and cordial welcome to our chief guest of the World Technology Summit, Honorable Minister of Protocol and Marketing, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Jai Kumar Rawalji. May I request all of you for a round of applause to the Honorable Minister. May I also thankfully welcome the team of the World Technology Group from America, Los Angeles, from Italy, from France, from Singapore, from Malaysia, and pardon me if I am missing any country's name. Such a plethora of galaxies from different part of this world who work for WTS, World Technology Summit, are present here. Their head, Honorable Paul Foster, and co-founder Steve Hellman, Diana Tensky, Oriella, and all the team members. We thank you for joining hands with us and starting this new era in this world of bringing technology and peace together. Let me categorically say that Deborah Sawaf, madam, from Los Angeles again, was instrumental in initiating this particular tie-up. She was known to Dr. Rahul Karad sir, and both of them they discussed, and this new era has begun. Round of applause for WTS as well as Dr. Deborah. We have many special guests sitting in this auditorium. For paucity of time, I may not be able to mention all the names, but His Excellency Honorable Gustavo Gonzalez, Madam Gustavo Gonzalez, both of them are there. Chile is next to Brazil and part of South America, one of the finest country which has, if I can say, European culture, Spain and Portuguese and Spain is spoken in your country. We are looking forward for such collaboration with you too, sir. And of course, we have gathered here to harness the power of technology for better future. When I say better future, I directly and indirectly refer to the technology which is used between Israel and Gaza Strip, the technology which is used between Ukraine and Russia, and India and its neighbors. As we stand at the forefront of innovation, we recognize the urgent need. As we stand at the forefront of innovation, we recognize the urgent need for concentrate effort for collective action towards use of technology for prosperity, technology for peace, and technology for harmony of this entire planet. In today's world, we face pressing global challenges, may it be climate change, inequality in the society, insufficient access to education, maybe demographic problems, socio-economical issues, maybe, Excellency, the diplomatic tensions, maybe sometime aggression leading to war type of situation. In this kind of a particular era, we have to use appropriate technology for the right purpose, and that can bridge the gaps, drive the sustainability, and empower the communities in structured manner. That is what is next generation sitting here in large number, more than 500 students are sitting here, and that is your duty, responsibility also. To take this planet to the next level in terms of harmony and development, try to do some innovations and attend all the deliberation sessions here and start thinking in that particular way. Now, World Technology Summit aims at what and what is the outcome? Honorable Minister, we were in Mumbai in JW Marriott Sahar Hotel, and a lot of press media was there. And press media asked us these two questions. What you aim at and what is the outcome of this particular conference? So may I take a minute or so on this? So World Technology Summit aims at leveraging technology for sustainable development, promoting green innovations and reduction in the carbon footprints, and help all participants, including students, foster global collaborations and knowledge sharing and bridging the digital divide and accelerating the progress. What is the outcome of this particular conference? As we end this conference tomorrow evening, we expect that we start encouraging innovations, we start encouraging entrepreneurship through funding, mentorship, and incubation programs for our students. We start investing into digital infrastructure, may it be government or private players. We invest into broadband networks, we invest into data centers, and we invest into cybersecurity tools of the next generation. We also develop responsible AI, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies, prioritizing transparency, accountability, and human-centered designs. And we also expect that we will foster a culture of lifelong learning students and skill development, and also social and emotional skills, which Dr. Deborah is doing with MIT. And students should develop social skills, emotional skills, human approach to the technology at this right formative stage. Honorable Minister, sir, to take this mantle ahead from Dr. Karad, sir, Dr. Rahul Karad, sir, has actually given a great thought to the pedagogy of this young generation. And after they're getting knowledge and degree, students should focus on application of their knowledge for development of the society, try to solve societal issues. With regards to this, Dr. Rahul Karad, sir, has started Degree++ programs such as social leadership, co-creation to develop problem-solving methodology, RIDE research, innovation, design and entrepreneurship program, then rural immersion, taking students to rural areas, staying for a week, then national immersion, taking to other state, and then global immersion, where we want to take our student to Chile in South America. Visit to National Defense Academy. And going further, Dr. Rahul Karad, sir, has systematically developed Life Transformation Center 1 hour away from here. Such intervention at formative stage, dear students, will develop constructive mind over destructive. And then you will know how technology can be used. Here I would like to add one sentence that Albert Einstein, because of whose theory first bomb was created and certain country was having repercussion of that bomb blast for so many decades, 6 decades. At the end of his life, he said that, oh God, I now understand that whatever happens is an emancipation of what happens inside the mind, not the technology. And from that perspective, we should understand everyone's perspective. And one step ahead for Dr. Rahul Karad, sir, for you, Honorable Minister, sir. Sir has gone ahead after Degree++ and then this Life Transformation Center, and one step ahead, transdisciplinary education. And entire university with peace, that is World Peace University, with this transdisciplinary approach will be created in state of Goa, and that will be launched in September 26. This is a hint to chairman of WTS that our next conference will be in Goa in September 26. Coming back to our particular this conference for 2 days, lot of sessions are deliberated. Honorable Minister, sir, we are talking about Global South, which our Prime Minister is focusing. So that's a one session. We are also talking about how India's digital economy is going way in another 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years. And responsible AI also will be discussed. I wish all of you best of the best sessions, ask questions, listen very carefully, and this conference is going to be game changer in your entire life. Keep in touch with all the luminaries sitting here. And as we embark on this journey of conference and association with WTS, let us remember that the future is not about technology. I will repeat, the future is not about technology only, but about the people to whom this technology touches and about our planet to which this technology affects. So where it touches here, where it affects is our planet, and from that particular perspective, try to develop technology and apply the technology. Thank you very much for coming in number, such a large number. Wish you all the best for your entire life. Thank you, Paul and entire team. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Dhanyavad. Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for those beautiful words. And now, as per the tradition of our country, Atithi Devo Bhava, I would like to request Dr. Rahul Karat sir to kindly felicitate and welcome all the dignitaries present here for this important session. First and foremost, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the Honorable Minister of Marketing and Protocol, Government of Maharashtra, and the chief guest of this session, Shri Jai Kumar Rawal. Please put your hands together, my friend, and welcome with a round of applause the Honorable Minister. A beautiful dialogue. The symbolism of Lord Ganesha, his importance in our culture, the god of wisdom and knowledge is being explained to the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. Next, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the Executive Chairman and Co-Founder of World Technology Group, Sir Paul J. Foster. A big round of applause, my friends, for Sir Paul J. Foster, the Executive Chairman and Co-Founder of World Technology Group. It is indeed our fortune, sir. Thank you very much. We are also graced by the presence of the Consul General of Chile in Mumbai, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez. I request him to kindly come on stage and accept the felicitation. What a good fortune to have the presence of Consul General of Chile on the stage of World Technology Summit 2025. A big round of applause for Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez. And now, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the members of World Technology Group who are present here on stage. Madam Deborah Pandit Swawaf, thank you very much, Madam, for being instrumental in this collaboration and bringing the platform of World Technology Summit to MIT World Peace University. Next, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Mr. Steve Hellman, a big round of applause for Mr. Steve Hellman of World Technology Group for his gracious presence here. Next, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Madam Diane Teriensky. Madam Diane Teriensky of World Technology Group. What a beautiful ceremony. Thank you very much. And thank you very much all the dignitaries for your presence. Thank you. My friends, the ball is rolling and the stage is set for the World Technology Summit 2025. And now it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome on stage Sir Paul J. Foster, the Executive Chairman and Co-Founder of World Technology Group, for his introductory remarks. Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause Sir Paul J. Foster.
Namaskar and good morning. May every blessing be upon you. Mr. J. Kumar Raval, Honorary Minister in the Government of Maharashtra, it's a true honor to stand here in India, the land of wisdom, innovation and spirit. On behalf of all of us at the World Technology Group, I extend my deepest respect to the visionary founder of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, whose lifelong dedication to knowledge and peace continues to inspire generations. Dr. Rahul Karad, our Executive President, your leadership and conviction have been instrumental in shaping this inaugural World Technology Summit. To Dr. R.M. Chitnis, our esteemed Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Prasad Kandekar, Chief Academic Officer, your commitment to excellence, research, and innovation gives life to this great institution. I would also wish to sincerely appreciate Dr. Ganesh Kakandikar and the entire World Technology Summit 25 India organizing team for their tireless work, precision, and heart. What began as an idea to move from innovation to impact to accelerate global connectivity has come alive here in Pune through your collective efforts. India stands today as a beacon of ingenuity and progress. From here, we connect to the world. And I want to say hello to all of the people watching across the world on our YouTube channels and other channels. Technology, science, and innovation working hand in hand to celebrate the boundless creativity of humanity. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your beautiful words. My friends, this is World Technology Summit, and we would now be talking about technology for next 2 days. Honorable Vice Chancellor also mentioned in his address that we are working towards taking technology to the fullest, to making it accessible to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the power of technology in transforming our world, it is equally important to recognize its growing significance in strengthening the governance and democracy. I would like to share with everyone on stage and off the stage that just yesterday, the Honorable Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra has signed a letter of intent with the Starlink project of Mr. Elon Musk, making Maharashtra the very first state in entire country to do so, to make the high speed, absolutely a round of applause for the state's initiative, making Maharashtra the first state to take high speed internet to the rural places where internet is not accessible, and Maharashtra would be the first place to do so. Which brings on table the concept that governance, government, and policy implementations are, I would say, challenging without the involvement of technology. In this context, we take immense pride in presenting a pioneering initiative of National Legislators Conference Bharat, popularly known as NLC Bharat. For the first time in the history of independent India, Dr. Rahul V. Karad, the Executive President of MIT World Peace University, conceptualized and brought to reality this monumental platform in the city of Mumbai. Under his visionary leadership and guidance, NLC Bharat united more than 1,800 legislators from every corner of the vastness of Bharat, cutting across region, political affiliations and ideologies. This is one of its kind initiative that embodies the essence of participatory democracy, where elected representatives collaborate, exchange ideas, and explore innovative technologies for effective, transparent, and citizen-centric governance. It reflects how digital transformation and data-driven policies can redefine the way to serve the society and build a more inclusive future. Let us now witness this inspiring film that captures the spirit of dialogue, unity, and technological empowerment that drives NLC Bharat, a true milestone in India's democratic journey. May I now request the team.
The Indian Constitution is the supreme law of our country, which empowers the government to function. Our Constitution is the identity of every Indian, which guarantees equality to all citizens. And for its execution, internal communication among public representatives is extremely important. With the pursuit of nation building through dialogue, National Legislators Conference Bharat was established in 2023. The birth of NLC Bharat during independence's Amrit Kal will be a historic benchmark. The first edition of NLC Bharat was organized in Mumbai from 15 to 17 June 2023. The conference was attended by the chief ministers of various states, speakers of the Lok Sabha and assemblies, MLAs and MLCs.
पूरे प्लेटफॉर्म से मेरी इच्छा है कि तमिलनाडु का एक कोई एमएलए और महाराष्ट्र का एमएलए उनकी भी दोस्ती कैसे बन जाए.
During this grand event, the world witnessed the formation of the largest non-political, non-partisan platform, NLC Bharat.
All of us, we are Janapratinidhi. We are public representative. That is important.
ये एक ऐसा आयोजन है जो भारत के लोकतंत्र को और मजबूत करेगा और भारत के लोकतंत्र के मूल्यों को और समृद्ध करेगा.
How can 4,500 MLAs of the country become the voice of the people? How can internal communication between states be improved? How can mutual cooperation among public representatives be increased? The largest democracy of the world, that is India, was facing several challenges, and to find a solution was extremely important for the welfare of the people. Even after 75 years of independence, there was no such platform where MLAs and MLCs from different states could rise above party politics to discuss, debate, and collaborate for good governance.
Thank the young man, Shri Rahul Kara, behind all this.
The success of NLC Bharat's first edition indicates that in future, it will write a new history of nation building through partnerships and discussions. After the glorious beginning of NLC Bharat, today every Bharatiya can proudly say that if the Constitution is the soul of Indian democracy, then dialogue is its heartbeat. And NLC Bharat is the most resounding voice of that heartbeat.
My friends, let us take a moment to acknowledge the remarkable vision and leadership of Dr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad, the Executive President of MIT World Peace University. A passionate nation builder and a visionary educationist, Dr. Rahul Karad has dedicated his life to blending the modern education with values of peace, character, and responsible citizenship. Under his dynamic leadership, MIT WPU has emerged as a global hub of innovation, research, and societal transformation, nurturing not just the brilliant minds, but compassionate leaders. Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause the Executive President of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Rahul V. Karad.
Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. This is respect to my mother country. Thank you, Mr. Paul Foster, for this very important initiative of World Technology Summit, for which the Honorable Minister for Marketing, Protocol, Outreach, the Diaspora Promotion, Honorable Minister Shri Jaykumar Ravalji, let me welcome you, sir, on behalf of MIT World Peace University and, of course, our leader, Mr. Paul Foster, the World Technology Summit founder. The first edition, it is happening, dear students, all the respected members sitting here. What a great fortune today that not because this particular dome is created by our founder. I think this is a very unique edifice in the vastness of the globe, which talks about unification of science and spirituality. Mr. Paul Foster, I'm extremely happy that today this particular initiative of World Technology Summit, the first such summit, is initiating from this center of the World Peace Dome, the biggest dome in the world. Let us give a big round of applause to the efforts of Paul Foster and his entire team. Honorable Minister, we expect that in the days to come, through the education system, how and what way, there are, of course, number of seminars, workshops worldwide that are happening, but I must tell you, my dear students, that Mr. Paul Foster and his entire team today, some delegation of some 50 people have come and some other different delegates have come from different parts of the country also. 2 days, there are going to be a number of deliberations, discussion. This idea, when we discussed some 5 months back, so Dr. Khandekar, our Vice Chancellor, Kakandikar, they all were very excited. And my first very message to my leaders that how and what way it is going to help our student community. Naturally, the university systems, I always say that in entire world, there are these 3, 4, 5 areas. They are the most influential areas: the cinema, the education system, the religious gurus, the political leaders. So from that perspective, I think we got attracted that let us have this very important summit must take place, and not just as a propaganda or agenda, but my feeling is we are very serious, Mr. Paul Foster. I want to thank your other team members, Mr. Steve Hallman also, the co-founder of World Technology Summit, Mrs. Diana Tyneski, madam, thank you so much. She is in the Governance and Ethics Nomination Committee. I want to also thank the Gustavo Gonzalez. Thank you, Honorable Counsel General, for coming. Madam, yourself also. This particular initiative, I do not see just as one-time initiative, Mr. Paul Foster. We are very ambitious. What little film you saw, it is not just a promotion of myself or my institution. It was a blessing on our country that for the first time in the independent history of the country, all the legislatures, all the lawmakers of the country, particularly the state lawmakers, they gathered here. And I always say to my teachers and academia also that we, in this very journey now, the mind-boggling development worldwide, what is happening, the 75 years of independence of our country, what we have achieved, we all feel proud as Indians. But there are so many challenges, and I think the technology is a solution. And I can say the responsible technology. And this particular World Peace Dome gives a message to all of us that the technology use, how and what way we can responsibly use for the future. There are so much is being said about AI also, my dear friends. As we know, there is all kinds of discussions are happening that this very elephant, now what is going to happen, the job market and various other issues are discussed. But I think in last 100 years, the human evolution, if we observe, my dear friends, always human beings, definitely they have come out with better ideas and solutions. And so it is ultimately how we use for the future of all of us. Naturally, any such technological advancements and the all such developments happening in and around, I think technology has an important role. And I want to tell all of you that for some or the other reason, particularly in India, we lagged behind, in the science and technology field. And yes, about the spiritual quotient and the emotional quotient, Madam Devra, you are promoting this cause of emotional intelligence, and I always say this is the spiritual capital of the world, and definitely the emotional intelligence is the highest in this country, I say, and we all have to use our emotional quotient in a right direction. So the West has to learn from us about the spirituality and emotional quotient, and we have to learn about the technology and science and whatever those advancements we see in other developed economies of the world. I have a very proud feeling, Mr. Paul Foster, Honorable Minister will agree with me that in this very journey after the colonial era, what this nation has achieved is remarkable with this population story. Every state with our diversity, so many challenges, and with that spirit, I think how and what way the inquiry-based learning, the problem-based learning, how and what way the students can identify the problems on the society. So that is the quest of MIT World Peace University. People laughed on us long back that when our founders said that this institution name is MIT World Peace University. They said, is it a higher education or some diplomatic mission or some United Nations agenda? What is it all about? He was very clear, my dear friend, Honorable Consul General. He said, we want the education is ultimately, it is a very long-term objective of all of us. We as a society, what is the ultimate objective of when we are sitting here? It is to create a right order for all of us. Why these technological advancements we are talking about? Not to harm each other, not to show arrogance with so many beautiful cars and so much of developments. This dome also here is a creation of technology today. It is impossible without technology to create this dome, my dear friends. And 15 long years our founder worked on this very mission. I must mention there are 54 statues of scientists, saints, philosophers, and founders of all the religions, installed in this dome, trying to communicate the unification of science, spirituality, and technology, how it is important. So that's how I'm very emotional, Mr. Paul Foster, that this particular dome today, this World Technology Summit, a very international one such event is taking place. And yes, we have convened very big size of events so far in our history, but I see that this particular, the foundation of this World Technological Summit can go a long way, not just for India, but worldwide under your leadership. Mr. Paul Foster is last 25 years in the Olympic body. He has contributed so much. The World Expo, we all know that the Eiffel Tower long back was constructed in one of those biggest expos. Some 5 years back, one of the expo happened in Dubai also, in Japan also recently, and some other countries also. And he played a very important role there also with his many other colleagues. And I'm glad that today you are here, sir. Together, I wish that this is not just one-time activity. We come closer. We have to work for education system of the world. And I always communicate, Honorable Minister, that industry and academia collaboration, all the technology companies, and sometime, we have definitely understood the importance of industry and academia, the collaboration. But still, I think, compared to some of those other developed economies, I feel we have to really seriously think. And industries also have to look at us, because the development is happening so fast. The Vice Chancellor, you beautifully narrated so many points you touched upon. But my feeling is still somewhere I feel there is a gap. The graduates, what we are producing through our education system, are they really industry ready? How and what way they can contribute better, and not just a number, but the true right skills to transform the society is a very important question. So we as Indians, we as a Bharatiya, we have to ask all of us. And we are privileged, MIT World Peace University, but we are an institution, we have always taken a leadership in this. This is the first private engineering college in the state of Maharashtra, particularly in Pune, started way back in the year 1983. So, but there are many other rural area, semi-urban area colleges and the university system. How and what way we can foster those centers also. So we have always taken that as a responsibility, as a, one of the privileged education center and a group. So carrying forward, once again, I want to compliment all the members, all the team of World Technology Summit. Let us come together, and this very beginning, I think can really become a big tree, a big banyan tree in the days to come. I wish all the World Technology Summit members my good wishes. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your address. And now it is time when I'm going to invite the chief guest of this session, Honorable Minister of Marketing and Protocol, Government of Maharashtra. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small introductory film on Honorable Minister, sir.
Shri Jai Kumar Rawalji represents a rare blend of legacy, leadership and modern vision. Coming from the royal family of Dondaicha, a family that is deeply connected to public life and has served the people of Maharashtra for generations with integrity and devotion. Carrying his family's public serving tradition forward, Shri Jai Kumar Rawalji began his political journey as a municipal corporator with a sincere desire to serve his community. From that modest and successful tenure, he rose to become a 5-time elected MLA from Shindkheda, gaining the trust and respect of the people of his constituency and Maharashtra through consistent work and grounded leadership. During his impactful political tenure, he has held many key leadership roles in the government of Maharashtra, including tourism, information technology, food and civil supplies, and the Employment Guarantee Scheme, where he focused on innovation, efficiency, and people-centric policies. He currently serves as a Minister of Protocol and Marketing, dedicated to efficient and inclusive governance. His leadership experience in advancing Digital Maharashtra to promoting sustainable tourism and rural development demonstrates that progress is built on clear vision and enduring commitment. Today, at the World Technology Summit 2025, we welcome Shri Jai Kumar Rawalji, a leader pursuing Maharashtra's journey of innovation and progress.
Please put your hands together, my friends, and welcome with a big round of applause the Honorable Minister of Marketing and Protocol, Government of Maharashtra, Mr. Jai Kumar Rawalji.
Namaskar. As we gather here for the first edition of World Technology Summit 2025, I would like to pay my respects to Honorable Revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad, Founder and Chief Patron MIT, UNESCO Chairholder. At the same, our visionary leader, Dr. Rahul Karad, Managing Trustee and Executive President of MIT, Mrs. Deborah Pandit Swav, Founder and CEO of the Power of Words Foundation, Chair Coordination Commission, World Summit 2025, and of course, our co-founder and executive chairman, World Technology, Mr. Paul Foster, co-founder, board member, World Technology, Mr. Steve Hellman, Secretary General and founder, Gandhi Mandela Foundation, Nandan Jha, Hong Lee Glosser, founder and chairwoman, Shanaki Sports, Charlie Cowdry, Chief Executive Officer, Geoblast. Of course, I cannot forget His Excellency, Mr. Gustav Gonzalez, Consul General, Chile, Mrs. Dan Traneski, World Technology Group USA, Mrs. Gonzalez, Vice Chancellor, Mr. R.M. Chitnis, friends, students, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. A very good morning to all our visionary leaders, innovators, and change makers gathered here in this inaugural function of World Technology Summit 2025 in Pune, Bharat, India. It is truly an honor to be among brilliant minds, scientists, innovators, policy makers, and above all, the young dreamers who will shape the future of tomorrow. At the outset, I offer my deep respect to Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, whose vision built not only just an institution, but a movement of enlightenment where science and spirituality walk together hand in hand. Standing beneath this majestic World Peace Dome, one feels both enlightened and inspired. After all, this is the only dome where Wi-Fi meets wildlife. I also commend my friend Dr. Rahul Karad for his inspiring leadership, his initiatives, the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad and the MIT School of Governance have produced leaders who think deeply and act ethically. This week, I would also like to specially mention is all about science and technology. Only yesterday I got an opportunity to welcome and felicitate two exceptional minds on behalf of the government of Maharashtra, Nobel laureates, Professor David Macmillan for chemistry and Professor James Robinson for economics at the Council of Sweden's office in Mumbai. It was on the eve of the upcoming dialogue, which is happening by I Speak Now, a remarkable initiative by the Nobel Prize Outreach in partnership with Tata Trust, which centers on the crucial theme, the future we want. We stand at a unique moment in human history. The pace of technological advancement is no longer linear. It is exponential. We are not observing change. We are its architects. The next decade will be defined not by the technology we have, but by how ethically and universally we deploy it. And in today's change, creating ethical leaders is far tougher than creating artificial intelligence. Friends, the story of New India is the story of transformation through technology and our vision. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, India has moved from being a consumer of technology to a creator and exporter of innovation. From Chandrayaan 3 to Aditya L1, from UPI to Aadhaar, India is showing that technology can be both cutting edge as well as inclusive. These are not just not just local success stories. They are global blueprint of digital equity. They demonstrate that massive, scalable, and inclusive digital systems can be built to serve the last mile. Only in India can a vegetable vendor say transaction successful before giving the change paisa. That's Digital India in one line. And as the Prime Minister reminds us, as even Mr. Paul mentioned while we were walking up, this is not just India's decade, it is India's century, led by our youth, powered by our innovation, and rooted in our timeless civilizational wisdom. Life sciences, the convergence of biotech and artificial intelligence is revolutionizing global healthcare, moving it from reactive treatment to proactive. personalized wellness. In fact, Mr. Paul is also a yoga guru, so wellness plays an important part. AI is making diagnostics cheaper, faster, and more accessible. Imagine a world where advanced imaging and analysis, typically requiring a large urban hospital, can be delivered by simple connected device in a remote village somewhere around the Himalayas. For those of us in the room, our commitment must be clear. We must guide this innovation to solve fundamental human problems. Under the visionary guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, Maharashtra has become the innovation capital of India. Mumbai leads in fintech and investment. Pune drives AI, engineering and education. Nagpur pioneers electric mobility and smart logistics. Nasik takes farming to new heights with drones and data. We are creating a digital Maharashtra where technology powers transparency, growth, and empowerment. Maharashtra's startup buzz is so strong that even our traffic lights seem to say, innovate while you wait. Friends, technology without values is like a rocket without navigation, fast but directionless. MIT World Peace University's theme, Peace Through Technology and Innovation, reminds us that while artificial intelligence can compute emotions, only human intelligence can feel them. AI can now write poetry, but it still can't understand how every Indian or how every mother tracks her child's mood better than any algorithm. That is the essence of India, where technology has logic, but life is warmth. Our gadgets may be smart, but our hearts remain wiser. Across Maharashtra and across India, the youth are proving that innovation doesn't need big budgets, just big dreams. From agri-tech in Nasik to space tech in Pune, from fintech in Mumbai to climate tech in Vidarbha, young Indians are redefining what's possible. Our government supports this energy through Startup India, Maha IT, and skill-linked education, not just to create jobs, but to create job creators. Finally, all this progress hinges on the single most powerful resource we possess, the human mind. This brings us to EdTech, equity, and future of learning. And to the students here, remember, in innovation, there's no failure. In innovation, there's no failure, only testing mode, just update, upgrade, and relaunch. So there's no failure, keep trying. As we advance in AI, robotics, quantum computing, and clean energy, let us never forget the real progress of a nation lies not in its machines, but in its humanity. EdTech is not merely about digitalizing textbooks. It's about empowering India's vision, Viksit Bharat 2047. Similar global goals by uniting tech, youth, and innovation. We must use technology to cultivate curiosity, critical thinking, and most importantly, the sense of human-centric innovation that defines this summit today. Our digital tools must educate the next generation to be ethical builders who value purpose as much as profit. Let every innovation we build and every policy we frame bring the world a step closer to peace, prosperity, and harmony. The dual mandate is clear: innovate brilliantly and include everyone deliberately. In the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which this university follows, the world is one family. May this summit inspire us to create a future where innovation and compassion go hand in hand. Let us leave this summit with renewed commitment, not just to build better apps or faster chips, but to build a better world. A world where technology we create reflects the highest ideals of humanity. Let us measure our success not by the market capitalization of our companies, but by the number of lives we elevate and the dignity we restore. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you very much for sharing those important insights and the vision of government and the importance of technology in the same. Let's give once again a big round of applause to Honorable Minister, sir, and all the dignitaries present here on the dais. As we come towards the closure of this inaugural ceremony, I would like to invite on stage the Dean of Innovation, Startup and Collaborations and the convener of World Technology Summit 2025 from MIT World Peace University, Dr. G.M. Kakandikar, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all. Indeed, it is a great honor and pleasure to be here as the convener of inaugural World Technology Summit India 2025 for presenting the vote of thanks. At the outset, I express my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Shri Jaikumar Ravalji, for gracing us this occasion and sharing his inspiration, vision on Maharashtra's leadership in innovation, digital transformation, and global collaboration. Sir, your presence has truly elevated this international platform and inspired all of us. My heartfelt thanks to Honorable Executive President Dr. Rahul V. Karad for his dynamic leadership, constant encouragement, and guidance for making this global summit a really great success. I take this opportunity to express my deep respect and gratitude to our beloved founder, President, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, whose vision of integrating science, spirituality, and peace continues to guide the mission of MIT World Peace University and serves as the soul of this summit. I am thankful to all the dignitaries from World Technology Group, especially Sir Paul J. Foster, Ms. Deborah Pandit Savaf, Sri Steve Hellman, Ms. Diane Tranksy for their gracious presence, support, and commitment for advancing global partnerships in India and technology, and also partnering with us and believing within to organize this. My sincere gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. R.M. Chitnis, Honorable Chief Academic Officer Prasad Khandekar sir, for providing me this opportunity, trusting in me to be the convener of this forum. I also appreciate the efforts taken by my entire team to organize this event. My sincere gratitude to all the media persons, delegates, industry invites, and all the speakers, those who have consented to be here with us throughout the day for discussions, deliberations, dialogues, and I am hopeful that this would be a great success. I thank everyone who has contributed for great success of first inaugural World Technology Summit India 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Remarkable efforts by the team of World Technology Group and MIT World Peace University to put this kind of grand show together. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And before we conclude, I know he has already proposed the vote of thanks, but it is indeed that we hear the views of some of the members of the World Technology Group, and of course, the person who made this entire effort, entire summit possible on this campus today. I would like to request Madam Deborah Pandit Savaf if she would like to say a few words before we close this function. Please put your hands together for Madam Deborah Pandit Savaf for all the efforts he has put in to make this a reality today.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for your patience. I know it seems like a long morning, but I promise I will be swift. Good morning to our distinguished guest, Honorable Minister, to the innovators, friends, delegates, and our future student leaders. I believe I'm on this podium today to talk just to you. It is my profound honor to begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the leadership of the MIT World Peace University, our co-host for this historic event. Dr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad, Professor Prasad Kandekar, Vice Chancellor Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis, and Professor Ganesh, and the entire MIT WPU team. Your vision, your courage, and your commitment have not only made the summit possible, but has positioned India at the very heart of global innovation and, more importantly, peace. It is with deep humility that I stand here today beneath this magnificent dome at the inaugural World Technology Summit 2025, where intellect, science, and philosophy converge in harmony. Before we begin, I am honored to acknowledge our chairman, Sir Paul Jonathan Foster, was recently knighted in The Hague into the Order of St. James following his visit to the Vatican. This moment is profoundly personal for me. My name is Deborah Pandit Sawaf, and returning to India feels like coming home. My family embraces three faiths: Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam, and yet we were raised in spirituality. That belief shapes my outlook on the world and everything I do, especially building this bridge between intellect and empathy, between the East and the West. As we gather here today, I ask you to look around you, to the faces in this room, in the campus, and in the world beyond. Take in the light. That light is not simply the sun shining on us, it is the light of possibility, of connection, of meaning, and of incredible power. It shows us that at the end of a long tunnel, there is change, challenge, and uncertainty. A future can open up that is brilliant, that is inclusive, and that is human. You might ask, why India, and why here at the World Peace Dome? When we envisioned hosting the summit, we were asked, where could the deepest ambition of technology, science, education, where would they meet the heart of human wisdom and peace? The answer brought us to India, and more precisely to this dome, where intellect sits alongside philosophy and compassion. In a world that is rallying around machines, algorithms, and raw data, I believe it is human ingenuity, our capacity to feel, to empathize, to choose wisely, that will lead us to a truly peaceful future. In my mind and in my heart, there was no location more significant than this dome, where science and spirit, education and enterprise converge. It could not be anything less than timely. The time is now. It could not be by chance. I felt it in every fiber of my being. That I also believe that the universe has willed this to be. Now, to our youth, you are our strength. This moment is further defined by the extraordinary generation that we serve. Nearly half the population of India is under the age of 25, and nearly 65% under the age of 35. They hold not only remarkable intellect, but the cultural heritage of emotional wisdom, the ability to balance rational logic with empathy. This combination is not merely desirable, it is essential. The future world will not be sustained by IQ, raw data, or robotics alone. It will be sustained by EQ, emotional intelligence, and by SQ, and by AQ, the spiritual and the action quotient. Without action, all the theory in the world will not move the needle. Because as technology accelerates, the human heart must keep pace. I stand here today not merely as a speaker, but as someone who helped build this bridge that brings together MIT World Peace University and the World Technology Group. And without any pomp or praise, I say that this summit would not be here if we had not decided together, collectively, to place it in India, in this institution, and at the forefront of global impact. And I thank the leadership both of MIT as well as WTS and the global teams of WTS that have come from far and wide for making this possible. We come together with a shared vision of global influence throughout the world, from a place of learning to a movement of conscious leadership. Because our ambition isn't to host a summit, it is to leave legacy. And my moonshot message to you, the young innovators, the students, the scholars, and the leaders in this room, you have the drive, you have the courage, you have the ambition, and you have the intellect. But more importantly, all of you carry emotional wisdom. It is rooted in your culture, in your values, and in your purpose. This is your moonshot moment. You have what it takes, and we are here to give you the tools, the network, and the platform to make this possibility a reality. Let the light of the World Peace Dome guide us. Let India's voice echo across continents. Let technology save humanity and not the other way around. Thank you, and Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much. And we are now, after we conclude this session, let me remind all the dignitaries and all the student friends present here today, the discussion panels and all the sessions of World Technology Summit 2025 would immediately be starting after this session concludes. But before we conclude this session, I would like to request all the dignitaries, if they can please rise from their seats and give us a beautiful photograph if they stand in the front on the foreground of World Technology Summit backdrop. It will give us a beautiful memory. Meanwhile, I would like to request all the students present here, all the dignitaries to rise in their seats also, because we will now be having the national song Vande Mataram. So I would like to request all the students, invitees, dignitaries to kindly rise in their seats for the national song Vande Mataram after my command. Can we have the national song, please?
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra Pulakitayamini, Kullakusumita Dhrumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much, dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much. Let us now quickly proceed to the next session of World Technology Summit. I request my team of anchors to kindly take over the charge.
Opening ceremony, and good morning, namaste to everybody here. Welcome to the World Technology Summit. We are so excited to be here in beautiful Pune, and welcome also to the many of you watching online across the planet, because everybody, we are live on YouTube at this very moment. It's lovely to meet you. I'm LJ Rich. It's a pleasure. I will be your host and Starship captain for today. I've been working with ChatGPT and generative AI for so long that all of these bots call me by my first name, which is LJ. Now, today is all about meeting each other, and now is a fantastic place to start. So please allow me to introduce my co-host from MIT WPU. We're going to hang out all day together. Join me in welcoming Akshita. Hello there, good morning.
Hello. Yeah. I, Akshita Saxena, a council member and an engineering student at MIT World Peace University, welcome you all to World Technology Summit 2025, being hosted here at the Asia's largest World Peace Dome, Pune.
Oh, that was lovely. Thank you so much. And it's lovely to have an engineer on stage as well, because you can fix anything that goes wrong. And so can I. I used to do sound engineering. So between us and you, we're going to have a wonderful day. And in fact, to get even more out of it, we encourage you to download the app that accompanies the event. The event staff should be able to help you with this if you haven't already done it. There will be some QR codes available for you to scan, and then you can use. It shows information about the speakers, what's in store during the event, and of course the possibility to link up with each other too. Extra information for those of you watching online: we're streaming obviously while the stage is going, but afterwards in the breaks we've got extra content for you. There's going to be exclusive interviews behind the scenes, and it's all going to be there. So it's a special treat for those of you joining us online. So we have the stage set. It's time now to invite the remarkable people making this happen. So let's please welcome to this inaugural session. You've seen them earlier. You get to see them again as an encore. Let's invite to the stage Paul J. Foster, Steve Hellman, Deborah Pandit Sawaf, Diane Trineski, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, and Dr. Rahul V. Karad. Please will you join me up on the stage for the inaugural session. Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them? On stage, we have Mr. Paul J. Foster, Steve Hellman, Deborah Pandit, Diane Trineski, and Dr. R.M. Chitnis. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed further towards the first session of World Technology Summit.
Okay then, so it's an absolute honor to continue our morning session by inviting, I will just check, Deborah, you did a wonderful speech earlier on. Would you like to do some more explanation, or do you feel like we've already covered what you're going to say?
I think I've already spoken, so maybe Diane.
Okay, wonderful.
Can begin and I will chip in.
Okay, that's a fantastic idea. All right, so I think what we're going to do, actually, as you've all already spoken, I think it's a lovely idea to invite up to the stage from the World Technology team, Aurelia Ruech. She's going to give us a good overview, and then we're going to do some opening. So come on up. Hi there, Aurelia. Thank you. We'll stand here.
Hey, everybody. Well, I would like to begin by thanking Dr. Rahul V. Karad, Executive President of MIT World Peace University, for his powerful words and for the extraordinary partnership that has brought us together here in Pune. His vision and commitment are deeply appreciated. When we open World Technology Summit 2025, I invite every single one of you to pause and reflect on the significance of this very moment. We gather here not only to celebrate human ingenuity, but to activate it across borders, disciplines, and generations.
As far as I know,
This year's
you are
summit
the only person to,
carries a powerful theme:
so it was
innovation
gonna be
to
Dr. Chitnis,
impact,
then Deborah,
accelerating
and then,
global
Dr.
connectivity.
Rahul. And so I've gone to Aurelia,
Over the next
and
2
then
days,
Akshita will
we will
felicitate, and then-
spotlight advances across our 4 scientific realms: data, earth, life, and industrial sciences. Through keynotes, debates, and youth-led sessions. Together, we will explore how breakthroughs in AI, robotics, quantum computing, energy, and digital infrastructures can help close the world's digital divide and unlock opportunity for all. This theme is anchored in our global impact priority: ensuring equitable, inclusive, and sustainable socioeconomic development and growth. This session marks the beginning of our summit arc: inspire, debate, shape, and produce. Over the coming days, we will explore the frontiers of technology, science, and innovation, not as abstract concepts, but as tools for human progress. And so, I stand before you to share the World Technology Institute 10-point plan for collective prosperity, our blueprint for action, our call to conscience, and our invitation to design a future that is worthy of our humanity. Point 1, reimagine and redefine progress for human thriving. Shift the narrative from growth to thriving. Innovation should measure success not only by GDP or productivity, but by well-being, planetary health, and equity of opportunity. Point 2, build a global commons of knowledge. Build a planetary digital library of science and open innovation, free, multilingual, and universally accessible. Point 3, mobilize for planetary resilience. Direct global R&D towards climate restoration, ecosystem regeneration, and adaptive technologies. Point 4, design technology for human flourishing. Prioritize human-centered design principle, ethics, transparency, and empathy. Point 5, cultivate a culture of wonder. Reignite curiosity as a civic virtue. Fund storytelling, creative education, and art and culture and science fusion. Point 6, build an equitable innovation economy. Develop inclusive ecosystems where women, youth, and underrepresented communities co-create the future. Point 7, create ethical frameworks. Establish global ethical compacts for AI, quantum computing, synthetic biology, and space exploration. Point 8, unite technology, innovation, and science with the human story. Let every decision be guided by data, also, and more importantly, by wisdom, empathy, and the shared story of humanity. Point 9, invest in the regenerative power of collaboration. Promote collective intelligence through interdisciplinary and intercultural collaboration. And finally, point 10, envision humanity as a planetary civilization. Expand our horizon to a multi-planetary, multi-generational perspective, caring for life wherever it exists. Let this century be remembered not for our tools, but for our wisdom using them. A time when science, technology, and innovation became the heartbeat of a thriving planet. Let us build not just a smarter world, but a kinder, more luminous, more human one. Because the future is not waiting to be discovered, it is waiting to be designed by all of us together. Before I close, let me briefly acknowledge the symbolic power of this moment here in India at the World Peace Dome with the lamp of knowledge and the bell of innovation. These symbols remind us that progress is not only technical, it is cultural, ethical, and deeply human. And now, it is my honor to introduce Executive Chairman of the World Technology Group, a visionary leader whose work has shaped global innovation across continents and sectors, Sir Paul J. Foster.
Good morning, India. On behalf of my colleagues Steve Hellman, Diane Trineski, Deborah Pandit-Sawaf, it's my pleasure to give you the opening address. What an extraordinary honor it is to be here in Pune for the very first World Technology Summit, the beating heart of shared wisdom, science, and imagination with our partners and friends at the MIT World Peace University. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, dear friends. At a time when our collective focus is scattered, when the world seems overwhelmed by noise and distraction, we choose to shine an even greater, brighter, and more critical light on what truly matters: science, technology, and innovation working together for humanity. Because technology without science is empty. Science without innovation remains static. And innovation without purpose is directionless. Only when all three move in harmony, guided by ethics and imagination, can they shape a future worthy of our beautiful humanity.
Anything I need to speak after?
Dear friends, our mission remains clear. Celebrate human ingenuity in every single corner of the globe. From the MIT World Peace University in Pune, we radiate across the world to classrooms in Africa, to students in the United States, and to our research centers in Athens, Berlin, and in Australia. We are uniting creators, educators, and innovators who share one purpose: to ensure that the future of progress remains deeply human. But celebration is fun, but it is not enough. We must act. And that is why today we reaffirm our 10-point action plan for human ingenuity, as our Chief Operating Officer, Aurelia Ruech, just elaborated. A global call to action, to embed ethics in innovation, to make education and inclusion our very foundation, to harness technology for sustainability, to protect creativity and culture, and to ensure that every breakthrough serves to uplift humanity, not replace it. This plan is our shared blueprint, a promise of cooperation, conscience, and courage, because our humanity depends on it. As we open the World Technology Summit 25 in India, let this gathering remind us that science, technology, and innovation are not ends in themselves. They are tools, mirrors, and bridges, connecting who we are to who we aspire to be. So let us shine this light together, brightly, responsibly, inclusively, to celebrate human ingenuity, to champion this 10-point plan, as Aurelia just outlined, and to shape a world where progress reflects the very best of humanity. Thank you to our global community for joining us across the world and for being with us here in India, for joining in our vision, your spirit of partnership, and your unwavering belief in what we can achieve together. And with that, it is my great honor to say, I now declare the World Technology Summit 2025 India open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul, for that wonderful, wonderful address. We were truly honored to hear such insightful notes.
It was absolutely brilliant, and we're so excited for you to enjoy the next few days to their fullest. Thank you, everybody, and everybody on stage. We're so glad you've joined us to open this formidable event. And so this concludes the inaugural session of World Technology Summit 2025. So, with that, let's get straight on to our second session as we thank all of our wonderful organizers who can now relax and watch the show. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have a session 2 lined up for all of you.
Yes, it's our second session already, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. We are very gratified to welcome to the stage our keynote speaker, Chief AI Officer and serial entrepreneur, Akash Mavle. Up you come.
May we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Akash Mavle.
Thank you. I would now like to invite our brilliant Akishta to do the felicitations.
May I request our felicitation team to kindly come up and felicitate Sir. By the time, I would like to tell you all about the topic of the session 2, India Vision 2030, India's blueprint for the global digital economy. We live in a world where everything is digital nowadays, ain't it?
Yep, that's true.
So clearly, Mr. Akash here would like to dig deeper into this topic.
I think this is really interesting, where digital selves and our real selves, how do we interact together? How do we maintain our humanity as we get up to 2030? We're very lucky to have a vision from you. Thank you.
Mr. Akash, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you ever so much for your felicitation. And now it's a privilege and a pleasure to let our keynote address begin. Ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome Akash Mavle.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, dignitaries, His Excellency. Today I'm presenting some of my work which is happening in two spheres. One is on my corporate entrepreneurship side and other is more on the social entrepreneurship side. And I was talking to Dr. Khandekar over the mission of human ingenuity. Eventually what is happening is people are trying to synthesize science, philosophy, spirituality, and everything is going towards human civilizational values. What I'm presenting has two dimensions. One is obviously on the side of some of the work I'm doing with corporates, and another is on the side of the work I'm doing with government, universities, students. So I see a lot of student population here. It is important to engage students because nowadays engagement is the main challenge. So
Right now, at a national level, there is a clear mission in terms of what do we want to do, okay? See, AI at one end is telling us that it will change everything. At another end, it is also telling you that AI will also have empathy, compassion, humanity, and all those values. And this is our job of all the AI scientists to make AI more human, more approachable, use AI for a more sustainable ecosystem development. This is my quick background. Whoever wants to catch up, any students, any of you, you can scan the, QR code. What I've seen over last few years is the journey started with technology and now it is moving towards social entrepreneurship. And the whole journey has been very interesting, working with government, working with universities, working with private. This is my quick journey. I started as an engineering graduate, did my MBA, did my PhD in math and AI. So this is my corporate journey. This is the recent journey. I started working with a company called iCertis, which is one of the globally #1 company in AI and contract AI. Then I moved to Exela, then Larsen & Toubro, which is the largest engineering group in India, where I was heading AI. Social entrepreneurship is at a level where I'm working on building AI capabilities. So at some point, I'm working with Indian Defense Forces. I'm working with few universities in and around Pune as well as outside Pune, where the work is involved in building capability, be it at a government level, be it at a defense level, be it at a university level. One of the largest projects I'm involved is related to National Supercomputing Mission and India AI Mission. Some of the details I'll cover as we move ahead. See, there is a lot of conversation about how AI is going to take over and so on. One of the main points I always want to make in every conversation is AI has not come out of thin air. Okay? AI is an evolution. It started with enterprise technologies, then digital, then digitalization, then data science and machine learning. And AI is only carrying the last leg. Okay? So behind every successful AI piece of technology, you take OpenAI, ChatGPT, there is years of work in data science, machine learning, mathematics, and so on. This is another vision we used at Larsen & Toubro, where we started with, so if you have to, if the problem is that you have to implement AI at various levels, how do you start? The starting point is you come up with a value chain. The value chain for Larsen & Toubro Group, which is in construction and EPC, started with basically tenders, contracts, then design, then supply chain, then getting into project management, and then finance and HR and marketing. So that's how the whole value chain started. This is again another view of how AI is leveraging all the previous technology convergences, right from IT, digital, data science, machine learning, conventional AI, and then generative AI. This is only to show you how complicated the piece of technologies in enterprise AI are. It has multiple layers. It tries to cover data coming from various sources, because without data there is no AI. Now, why it is relevant to you right now for everybody to understand AI, one of the main things is it has a huge impact. So for the first time, AI started as an innovation coming from software and technology and so on, but now it is becoming innovation which is studied by philosophers, anthropologists, sociologists, economists. Everybody is studying AI because it has far-reaching impact. Now, some of the India AI mission directives and some of the integrated or adjacent areas or missions which India has started. So it starts with India AI mission, but it in a way converges from National Semiconductor Mission, National Quantum Mission, National Supercomputing Mission, and host of agencies from government like ANRF, MIT, DST, and some of the institutes like IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, ISC Bangalore. including this university, MIT World Peace University. Everybody is participating in this initiative of really creating, AI wave as well as sustaining that AI wave. Because unless you see AI happening, you will not start believing. I always say, somehow, people used to say that religion is to be believed because it is about faith. Same thing is happening between people who practice AI and who try to look at AI from a distance, because people who look at AI from distance, they try to say that I don't believe in AI. So they are still verifying. It is like verifying good old mathematics or good old, theorems proven by, let's say, Newton or Einstein and so on. Some of these national missions, the main theme is AI, then there is supercomputing mission, quantum mission, and then there is semiconductor mission. All these three missions right now, as we speak, there is a clear momentum between government funding being given to universities, then universities, the thought leaders, the professors who are well versed with AI, they building some intellectual property, then somebody, let's say incubator. So in MIT also we have incubator. So incubator doing the next level of work, where incubator doing the translational research work, and then a startup or a corporate comes into play. So this whole value chain is being set up right now. So I was presenting sometime in July at Oxford University, and people from government also came there, people who wanted to understand AI. One of the biggest momentum I have realized is in policymaker, because they want to understand AI, and this whole cycle of government funding by, let's say, MIT, DST, ANRF, the government agencies, given to top research-based universities, then somebody, incubator doing a translational research and building some technology, then some startup and corporate taking it ahead. This whole thing is working beautifully well right now, and it is translating into economic gains. Now, there are several areas where AI can apply, but under India AI mission for 2030, I feel agriculture, then education and healthcare. These are the three social infrastructure areas for India which will be rejuvenated by AI. So one of the famous statement which is about AI is data is the new oil and AI is the new electricity. And what does electricity do? Electricity re-energizes and illuminates every field. So healthcare, education, and agriculture. These are the three industries, according to me, are critical at an India as a country level, which will have a huge impact using AI. Some of my work is related to that on the corporate entrepreneurship side as well as social entrepreneurship side. And again, one of the best messages, I never knew that WTF has that human ingenuity as the main message. So what does inclusive growth mean? Inclusive growth means that today AI has a capability to actually create inclusive growth. And if you follow this XPRIZE conference which happened 5 days ago, there is a world-renowned AI scientist called Dr. Imad. In fact, Dr. Imad is saying that in another 1,000 days, the conventional capitalism will be over and people will go back to the utopian ideas of some of the older ideas, and I'm not calling them socialism or communism, but people are moving towards actually reducing the impact or negative impacts of capitalism, and AI could be a tool to achieve some of the utopian goals. And this is very important. I have, His Excellency from Chile, every country, the global south, the global north, and in between, every country is trying to adopt AI at a country level. I am also working with few Middle Eastern countries at a country level in terms of how to adopt AI, because nobody knows how to adopt AI. People are only saying that we have to just start using ChatGPT and that's adoption AI. We'll have another 4.5 minutes. So I'll quickly cover. Normally my keynote is around 40 slides, but I'm going to cover them. So again, workforce development is the biggest challenge right now. Wherever I'm going at a university setup, and that's where I see students are catching up. My own son, he works with Amazon in Seattle. they are catching up AI in a big way. In fact, people who are in their undergrad, they are catching up with AI, and I'm sure I see a lot of students, their heads, their eyes on in their mobile, and every piece of thing I'm talking, they're analyzing, they're trying to understand, they're doing a chat GPT session around it. So the whole innovation ecosystem I talked about, so it starts with, let's say NSA, the whole roadmap is somebody like National Supercomputing Mission, Quantum Mission, AI Mission gives some funding, then it goes to some thought leader at one of the universities, he builds something, and then it starts into getting into curriculum development, high impact and output. Obviously, this is one of the most important points. So if you look at the present godfathers of AI, like Geoffrey Hinton, Yoshia Bengio, Geoffrey Hinton got Nobel as well as Alan Turing Award. All of them have now moved from what AI can do versus what AI should not do. And that is the area of safety and ethics and how AI can be more compassionate, more human. This is one of the biggest research area. I am involved in advising few PhD students in the area of ethics and safety for AI. And I feel this will have highest impact on the humanity. Because AI is not, remember, AI started with Alan Turing in 1942. AI started without computers. So if you watch a movie called Imitation Game, Alan Turing built a mechanical relay-based computer to crack the German Enigma code, and he is the first AI inventor. So what I'm saying is, people who are looking at AI as just another wave or a hype from the IT side or the IT, technology side, it's not going to happen. AI is everywhere right now. So some of the objectives with which we started, I am informally involved in most of these missions, so I can confidently talk about the initial objectives and strategic pillars. But innovation, inclusion, and how do you build infrastructure? These are the 3 I's with which we started. I was talking about the inclusion part. We are doing a lot of work with state of Rajasthan. What we are doing is, state of Rajasthan in India is full of lot of artists. They don't have industry. Now, the best thing AI allows is, AI allows you to leverage the creativity of artists. So we are trying to see at a state level, can we create some inclusive capacity where artists can come on a platform, they will get paid to really, practice their art, and then all of that becomes part of some AI system. And that's a big project we are doing. Again, AI research, according to me, is one of the most important things because AI started with math, it moved to statistics, it took ideas from psychology, philosophy, economics, and so on. But today, AI has to also get into sociology, anthropology, and so on. So that's one of the top priority. Developing talent, and that's what I'm doing. Wherever we are going, we are trying to reach out to university students, undergrad, postgrad, postdoctoral, and see how we can develop the talent. And industry adoption. See, industry is also very, very, very slow in adopting AI. So I'll give you my own story. When I joined Larsen & Toubro, Larsen & Toubro employs close to 1 million people. It's the largest engineering, procurement, and construction company in India and top 10 in the world. But this is full of construction engineers, civil engineers, and so on. And they were extremely reluctant to adopt it to AI. By the time I left Larsen & Toubro, we had almost 30% adoption. So this is one of the biggest challenges to adopt AI at an industry level. The drivers are again startups. I spend a lot of time with a lot of startups. I'm on some of the advisory board. What I'm realizing is startups don't have technical debt. Startups don't have to worry about what is IBM, what is Oracle, what is SAP. On day one, they start work on their ChatGPT or Perplexity or Google Gemini. So startups have that power to change, coupled with research center at a university center, and then industry partnership. This is the value chain I was talking about. Let me move ahead. So government initiatives I already mentioned about. In India right now, ANRF has declared close to $11 billion budget for, from a new innovation perspective. DST, MIT are already pumping, and then there is a host of institutes like IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, ISC Bangalore, MIT World Peace University, and so on. So this is going to be a very, very big momentum. I know I have crossed 1 minute extra. Let me quickly go to the next slide. Okay, this is another thing I am telling you, that foundational impact happens with somebody doing some basic thing, then translational research, then some incubator picking up, and then somebody doing industry impact. So some of the roles which I am seeing is, there is government, there is private sector at a startup and corporate level, and then there is academia. Now, for the first time, I remember when I registered for PhD in maths was considered to be not so fashionable. Today, people who have good mathematics knowledge and statistics knowledge are in demand because they can build the next level of algorithms. If you look at what Geoffrey Hinton, who got Alan Turing Award as well as Nobel, his backpropagation algorithm is not more than 10 equations. That is the power of mathematics, and I'm seeing a lot of initiatives there. Let me quickly talk about these missions. I already covered. I just want to cover about one thing. I was talking to a professor at ISC Bangalore, one of the most premium most research university in India. The professor is almost working like a venture capitalist, and he gets budget of close to 200 crore, close to $20 million in investing in his company. So he can extend his research. He can invest in innovative startups which are incubated at ISC Bangalore. And that is, I think, one of the last slides I want to cover. But the point I'm trying to make here is, the larger point is, AI is actually going to stay here. You might have NVIDIA crashing from $5 trillion to $1 trillion valuation, but AI is not going away. Because AI is fundamentally data-driven. There is a strong sense of adoption of AI because all other innovations have tapered off, So there is nothing new to be done in digital. There is nothing new to be done in softwares like ERP. So companies like SAP and Oracle and IBM, which were the stalwarts, they are absolutely becoming very, very irrelevant very soon. So the next generation AI company, I'll just end with one last comment. I was talking at IIT Madras, and there are two IIT Madras graduates. One is a guy called Sridhar Vembu. He is the founder of Zoho. Zoho did very well in US first. An Indian company did very well in US, and now it is doing very well world over. And there is another graduate called Arvind Srinivas, who became one of the latest billionaire at the age of 30. He's also from IIT Madras. How old is he? He's 30. That's it. So he has only 5 years of experience. So to all the students, my last message here before I hang up is, please be more and more ambitious. Don't worry about where you are starting. You can start right now, and you can create a, $100 million enterprise or a social enterprise or a company. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for that amazing keynote speech. And as we reset the stage for session number 3, this is going to be a rather lovely conversation between technologists, artists, engineers, creative people, and of course, the best thing ever, science, which we all love. Thank you so much for everybody's attention. The next event is going to be talking about shaping the global paradigm. And are you looking forward to this one?
For sure, I'm looking forward towards it.
Brilliant. What we're going to do is we're going to invite somebody who's not been felicitated yet, and it will be a pleasure to do so, and then we'll invite our other panelists up. So it's a real honor to invite to the stage Gandhali Samant from Microsoft. Please come on up.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause for ma'am. I would like to request the felicitation team from MIT World Peace University to kindly felicitate ma'am. By the time, let me tell you about the topic of our session 3. Like LJ rightly mentioned, it is shaping a new global paradigm. As big data and economic models guide decisions, leaders are challenged to balance cold, data-driven logic with human-centered emotional intelligence. And ma'am, right here, is here to guide us all through it.
I think this is a beautiful ceremony. I wish I did this at every event.
Let me tell you more about ma'am. She is a full-time worker at Microsoft as a customer success leader, cloud and AI platforms. Ma'am has over 3.5K followers on LinkedIn and over 500 plus connections. Just like all of us, we are very keen to hearing what she has to say on science and AI and furthermore.
Wonderful. All right, I think we're ready to take a seat, and you're welcome to take a seat, and then we can invite up our other panelists. It's giving me an unbelievably great pleasure to invite up to the stage from World Technology Group, it's Deborah Pandit-Sawaf, and from MIT World Peace University, it's Dr. R.M. Chitnis. What a pleasure. Please come and take your seats, and we'll sit down as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. Siddharth Chakrabarti.
Oh, brilliant.
Dean Engineering, MIT World Peace University.
Wonderful. All right, let's sit down.
For sure.
Go there. I think what we can do is thank you so much. It's lovely to see you. Is it possible to... Oh, it's lovely to sit down. I've done a lot of standing up this morning, so it's a real pleasure to sit down and talk about one of my favorite subjects of all time: science, technology, creativity, empathy, passion, humanity, and AI are mixed all together. And between us, these guests have such a wealth of talent and knowledge. It's a real pleasure to hear what's inside your wonderful brains. So what I'm going to do is, as we've got quite the luxury of a panel with technology and academia and empathy, I'm going to start by asking each of you in your field, what is one global challenge that has been keeping you up at night recently? I know there are lots of challenges that we think about, and it depends on the day, really. So this is not about your favorite, it's just something that you've been thinking about recently that's challenging to you. So I'd love to start on the end with, let's start with you, actually, Gandali. Thank you.
Well, obviously, if everybody, thank you, LJ. It's a great question, and welcome, Gandali. Really wonderful to have you here. Obviously, the great question is...
If you just hold it this way, that's right.
Hello? Okay, here we go. It's very simple, and I'm going to say it in one sentence. How do we leverage AI as an ally and keep the human connection? And I'm honored to sit here with Gandali, who is a leading woman in technology at Microsoft. And I would love to hear what your thoughts are, and how would you advise, especially with education going in that direction of AI, how do we keep the human connection?
Okay, leveraging AI as a tool, as a collaborator. Excellent, that's brilliant.
An incredibly creative collaborator.
Yes, yes, thank you. Let's make sure your mic is working. Would you like to simply collaborate with the microphones? There we go.
We sure do. So I think when you look at AI, right, like AI is a buzzword, everybody is talking about AI. But I think one thing that is going to be the challenge for all of us is how we make sure that the AI that we use is the right AI. So let me start with how AI is created, right? Anything when we say AI, the base, the foundation of AI is data, right? So your AI will be only as good as the data that your AI is building on. So that's the first thing. Secondly, how that AI is being used, how are you training your models, and how you're making sure that the AI will be used correctly, right? So every organization today is, developing some frameworks across which we want to make sure that the AI is regulated. So for example, now you said I work for Microsoft. So Microsoft has something called Responsible AI Framework, which we call it. It includes fairness, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, safety, security, reliability, all these principles, right? So every AI decision that is made at Microsoft has to be governed and within the, I would say, the paradigm of these principles. And I think that is the most important thing today for any organization to start using AI is what is your data, how are you using your data, is your data clean, and there is no bias in your data, and then what is the governing principle that you are using to use the AI.
Yes, that's a brilliant point. And there's a lot of worry about using AI, and my advice is to kind of jump in and give it a go. And for years I've been using music to explain AI to organizations and businesses, and I now work with the United Nations doing this. And I love the fact that this idea of collaborative use of AI and working out things together is a very powerful thing. This is a brilliant venue to be able to do that in. Well, I know that you have an engineering, that you're studying engineering actually. And obviously you are among so many young people using all of this new technology. I'd love your views on what's the general feel about technology. Are we looking at things from a purely data perspective, making sure the data is clean, for example, or are we also looking at the use of data, the ethics of whether or not, for example, it's okay to clone somebody's voice? So what's the general mood of the young people?
So speaking on behalf of the younger people, I think majority of us have started using it for our assignments, but now it has converted into something very bigger. So like in my friend circle as well, we have started using it in building startups. So we've built this startup named Pencoff. It's an AI tool for law students. So instead of, wandering through books and constitutions and whatnot, it is an AI tool built just for your law needs. So this was one tiny example of what it can be versus how brilliant and immense AI can be. And a lot of people are also scared whether it will take our jobs or not. I think it is totally dependent on how you're using it and what you're using it for. It's like in the world today itself, we have both good people and bad people using the resources the way they want to. So I think AI will also turn out to be a resource, but it is up to us how we decide on using it so that it does not become what we're scared of. Instead, it is our tool, it is something we would look forward to, and it would, just let humans do their creative stuff and do all the manual work, all by robotics and automation. So I think that
Brilliant.
would be it.
Thank you. Oh, I can see, what would you like to add?
If I may say to that, so we say human-centered AI is not anti-innovation, it's pro-human.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So, first of all, that's a very good point, and this is something I hear a lot when I'm talking to my customers, right? Is AI going to replace our jobs? If we go back, say, 50, 60, 70 years when we had first the kind of the machinery evolution, then the IT evolution, machines and computers did not take the jobs. They created new jobs, but the people who upskill themselves to use these new technologies were the ones who stayed ahead in the race. So I think that's the way we should look at. That's the opportunity, not something to be scared of. So I think that's a very valid point that you brought up.
Absolutely. That's a wonderful point made right there. And it is evolution right here because there are 4 women in STEM who are giving this information, who are changing. It looks like evolution right here on this platform of World Technology Summit.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for our panelists to learn a little bit about you, audience. I'm going to ask for some shows of hands just so that we can get an idea of what's happening in your minds. Can I just see, would you please mind raising your hand if you use any AI tools? So we're looking at ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Copilot, of course. Can I see how many of you are using chatbots to ask for advice or to help with your work? Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. How many of you are able to use coding and programming to get a computer to do what you want it to do? Okay, that's very interesting. How many of you would like to know more about how this sort of new technology works with data science and things like that? Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. So I've done this all over the world to see just how many people are beginning to rely on AI. And what I'm looking at here is a whole new approach to how we educate people. Because if a chatbot can answer a question, so for those of you who are unfamiliar, it's a bit like you type a question in to a window and it will make up words as an answer. If you think of these chatbots as AI calculators, they're calculating which word to put in front of each other. Then we've got this really interesting situation. How can we trust the technology to give us the right answer, and how do we educate people to have that critical thinking, that sense of analysis, something that the AIs cannot teach us?
May I? So something that you brought up, right? Human ingenuity. So data and AI are very powerful tools, right? You can see the trends, you can optimize processes, you can make decisions at scale. But data does not always tell you the entire story, okay? Behind every data point, there is a human reality. There has to be a human checkpoint somewhere. And that's where I think one of the distinguished speakers talked about the emotional intelligence, right? That's where that comes into picture. So think about an IT company where you have a lot of resources, you are giving them to customers to build IT projects, and you are looking at the productivity of your team, right? You can see data, you can see trends, you can see some people, their productivity going up and down. But there could be reasons. There could be some personal exigencies, some medical reasons. So that, bringing those two things together, like the human wisdom and the data and AI-powered trends is, I would say, the essence of the future leadership.
Yes.
So, data can give you speed, but empathy can give you the direction.
Yes.
And data can give you clarity, but the human intelligence will give you the conscience. So I think that has to be kind of thought together.
Yes, I mean, this is music to your ears, Deborah. We've been talking about emotional intelligence in the sort of digital age. I'd love you to give us your thoughts on, human-centered emotional intelligence as we go forward with this technological progress. Oh, you might have to swap microphones, I guess. There's some human connection as part of this. It's quite beautiful.
That's the human connection. I do believe that we have been doing a lot of work for decades in mental health and mental well-being. Somehow, theory alone is not enough. AI and technology is powerful. It captivates you. Once you're in there, you forget about everything else around you. And that's what you're talking about. How can you recognize what someone next to you is feeling? 3 years ago, I pivoted my career in fashion to create a movement in emotional intelligence through visual communication. And I think that's what we need to see. How can we know who we're sitting next to is going through something really serious? Do we have eye contact with people? We say, good morning, how are you too? I mean, it's simple things. I'm sitting with a technologist and a brilliant woman, very high IQ, and obviously also in touch with wisdom. This is what we need for the future generation to embrace, is the human connection first. So yes, and I think we need to connect visually. We need to look people in the eyes and we have the program, and fortunately for us, it is here at MIT World Peace University, and we're looking to create a movement from it.
Brilliant, thank you.
Beautifully
Actually, as you're here, we're kind of accelerating into this crazy future. I'd love to know your thoughts on not just your sort of engineering background, but just your thoughts in terms of how you're interacting with data, with technology, with hardware as well. I would love to hear how we are moving forward in the sort of study of this technology and science.
I think we're moving forward in a very, very fast speed, first of all. But being an electronics student, I've also learned that almost everyone is into coding and AI these days. What's important is to spread more knowledge about hardware, because there'll be a point of time when AI will also be able to generate a code of itself. And software, people who just know software, won't be of much use. So I think hardware is the point where there will be human interference. That is when AI might be able to stumble and fail itself as well. So when there's hardware knowledge, I think we as well, we can become great problem solvers, and we can fix basically anything, because there's no better feeling. Like LJ was telling me the other day, she opened her iPad and like fixed it all on her own. So I think that's a great feeling also that you get after doing that. Plus, I think it will be of great use in the future. That same goes for the semiconductor industry as well, which is growing at an absolutely fast rate.
Yes, transistors are getting smaller and smaller, processing power is getting faster and faster. I mean, if AI feels confusing, wait till you get into quantum. I would love to hear your thoughts. You're at the front of the technological innovations that we're seeing. Let's talk about paradigm shift from Microsoft perspective.
So first of all, on a lighter note, what you said, right? The company with the highest market cap right now is neither Microsoft nor Amazon nor Google. It is NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Right? So that's there itself tells you that, hardware, how important it is. So I think again the speaker before us, I couldn't catch his name. He talked about, the overall how semiconductor industry has been evolving, right? And how also at the time of Alan Turing, AI still existed. So I think the whole emergence of AI that I have seen, and I have not only seen emergence of AI, I have been in the, I would say the field of cloud since last close to 15 years, and I have seen the emergence of cloud technologies. And that has been possible just because of the hardware. The kind of hardware we are building gave the emergence to the fast computing, the huge amount of storage, and that has actually given emergence to the AI, because AI always existed. But to build those kind of LLMs, right, the kind of compute you need, the kind of storage, high performance storages that you need, that evolution has enabled us now to go and build the AI. So I think the paradigm shift has happened at that point, and it is still going to happen. So now if you see currently, we are looking at, so we started with LLMs, we started with the foundational models, but now we are looking at small models like SLMs, tiny models. Now we are looking at models that can work on this cell phone. So for that, obviously, the cell phone hardware also has to have GPU, but at the same time, we are able to build models that can run at it. So I think that is going to be the trend going forward, right? How much AI at the edge, as we call it, right? Edge computing. I think that's where the trend will go, that more and more AI at your fingertips, at the device that you're holding in your hands.
Yes, because all the computing can be done in the cloud. So you're looking at places. I've just come from an event in South Africa where they're talking about having people able to access AI through a mobile device. It's unbelievable. The power is in everyone's hands. Deborah, you were going to say something.
I just had a question for you, and I'm sure you're a parent, on a different note. When we talk about AI and educating the next generation, because as you said, once it gets here, they all have access to all the technology that's available in the world. At what age do you think we should introduce AI in schools?
I think it's already started. I have two kids. I have a 17-year-old and a 10-year-old. And my 10-year-old already is using AI. They have robotics classes that they have in their school, and they did not ask us parents permission. They just started, and all the kids flocked to it. So I think it's not going to be any more a decision, that whether you want to give a phone to your kid or whether you want to introduce them to a technology. They are already introduced in some way or form or shape, right? I think what is going to be more important for the parents of tomorrow or even today is making sure that your kids are using that technology responsibility. I think that is the point that as a parent we should look at, that what are they exactly using the technology for, right? Are they using it for bullying or are they using it for building, right? So I think, again, that decision, the way computers came or mobiles came, that decision is not going to be on us, but the responsibility of making sure that it is using rightly, that responsibility stays with us as parents and teachers and, overall education industry.
Yeah, before I go to you, I actually give talks at schools and libraries in the UK. I've done talks with primary school children, aged 7, 8, 9. Many of them are very familiar with technology. They're natives to it. And what I actually teach is problem solving, being able to understand whether somebody is selling something to you or whether they are teaching you, whether something's an advert or whether it's information. And I think, actually, you're in an amazing position here where you're learning so much hard data and then also these incredible emotional sort of layerings. What do you think people will be most interested in following? Do you think people should learn the problem solving first and then the technology, or the other way around? How do we get people interested in that, the fact that they're both together?
I think it can be vice versa, and it totally depends on person to person. So, for example, if I am faced with a problem that I personally want to solve, I think I'll use all of my resources that are available to my maximum benefit, right? And I think the same goes for everybody else as well. Like she rightly mentioned, whether we're using AI for building or for bullying is what needs to be rightly measured. So when we're in schools or colleges, in like surrounded campuses with higher authorities and faculties, it is really easy to keep a control over it. But once we're out in the world, I think that is when the real game begins, and a control over AI security should be there, is what I feel.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the things that we need to do is encourage people to want to be part of keeping things more regulated. I think to try and force regulation and legislation is a mistake because it's very easy to get around. Gandali, I'm going to come to you because I first started playing with AI using GitHub. I would love you to give some advice to our students here on how they can get started in their journey with this new technology, with data science. Nothing too technical, I guess, but where can everybody go so that they can start just dipping their toe in the water, as they say?
So luckily for me, I was already in the field of cloud when this AI immersion started, right? But if I actually go back, I did my engineering BE in 2001. You can calculate how old I am. But even at that time, we had a subject called artificial intelligence. Yeah. So I think theoretically, I was always interested. When I was doing my master's, I built an algorithm to, look at the DNA sequences and predict what is going to be I would say the relationship between different DNA strands of an influenza virus. That's my paper. So I was always, that's where I started. But again, we did not have cloud, we did not have compute. AI started for me as machine learning.
Yes.
That's where I started, right? Like just looking at raw data. And for many, it will just sound like statistic. And at many ways, it is an evolution of statistic, right? But I think for those who are here, if you are really interested in AI, As a technologist, I would say start at data.
Oh, brilliant.
Data will be the foundation. The more you play with data, the more you can personally and manually can find the trends using the manual tools like Excel probably. I think that's where you will start understanding how the trends are emerging. And that's where it will give you the excitement of working with data, which will then transfer to AI. See, AI as a consumer, anybody can use it. AI as a builder or a developer, it's always better to start at the foundation.
Wonderful. I'm going to wrap the session soon as I'm aware of the time. So I'm going to end by asking each of you a question. You can choose to answer one of these. What are you most proud of doing recently, or what are you excited about? Or what would you like help with? So what are you most proud of, or what would you like help with? And this just gives the audience an opportunity to learn a nice way to approach our guests afterwards during our coffee break. So I think maybe we'll start with you, if that's okay. What are you most proud of, or what would you like help with?
I think I'm most proud of being here sitting with such distinguished guests. It's my absolute honor and a privilege to be here interacting with you all on such important topics, topics that are going to shape the future, are going to shape the minds of this generation. So I think it's truly an honor.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting us to be part of that. That's lovely. Gandali, what do you think?
I think more than proud of, I think I'm honored, being here, but B, also having the platform, having the opportunities, being a woman in technology, and be at the, the pinnacle of technology, the edge of technology. I think more than proud, I'm just grateful that I'm here today in today's world, doing what I'm doing, talking to many different customers and many different students and partners that I talk to every day. I, connect with LinkedIn. And I think I'm very proud of being an Indian. I have worked in US and I love US. It's been my second home. But the kind of energy, the kind of problem solving I see in Indian youth, I used to work a lot with startups before. I think that energy is just unmatchable. So I think that's one thing I'm really proud of, that being an Indian, working in India, working for India.
Wonderful, thank you. Oh, that was lovely. Deborah.
That's beautiful, beautifully said. Well, I think I'm really proud and honored to have had this opportunity to create an opportunity to bring us together. And, I love the fact that it's taken me 3 years to come where I am today, and to be able to have this conversation about aligning human ingenuity, empathy, and technology, bringing it together to make sure that we excel and are creative. And this is the place and the university for that. We're in a university that excels in technology. But I believe that being able to have the conversation that I'm having about the human emotions and where that's taking us in technology, with people like Gandali, with scientists, with ministers, shows that it's time for us to embrace connecting at a human level.
Thank you very much, panelists. It's time to also embrace at a human level, because it's time for our coffee break. And thank you ever so much. Panelists, you were amazing. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for coffee, a few brief announcements. We'd love you to return promptly so that we can try and get slightly back on schedule. Coffee will be served for everybody over there. If you want to go in that direction, please be back in 15 minutes' time. Our event staff will be available to guide you as you're packing up. I'm just going to add, if you could please keep your personal belongings with you. Restrooms are located outdoors, ground level, close to the fountain. If you need directions, please do some forward planning and approach our volunteers. They'll be happy to help. If you're watching on YouTube, stay tuned. We're going to be live backstage with some more interviews. Be back promptly. Audience will need your help for the interactive session that's coming. We're going to help vote for the winners of an exciting debate. You won't want to miss it right here at MIT WPU. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
That we want to be able to create those technology heroes, and that is the driving force behind world technology.
So in your vision, how do you uniquely place India in that dialogue, both geopolitically and technology-wise?
Well, if you just do the math, you were talking about math a minute ago, so you're obviously good at that. Literally, nearly a quarter of the world's population is in India. It's not a coincidence that our inaugural World Technology Summit is taking place in India. India needs to be and will be one of the epicenters of innovation in the world. And so it's, like I said, not a coincidence that we're starting here and trying to bring that message to India and drive that thinking in India and from India around the world.
But how do you think we can build an equal partnership, say, with the West? I think a lot of people try to make that effort, try to make that collaboration, but somewhere it fails. You become almost secondary or you're supplementary to the efforts of the West. How do we make sure that this is not philanthropic or just a one-off event, but something that's more collaborative?
The World Technology is not designed as a philanthropy. It's designed as a platform and a meeting place for ideas and for those leaders and for technology heroes. As far as India is concerned, yeah, I think that India has a lot of work to do to break out of that kind of service culture or that service industry for other parts of the world. But you don't jump to the front of the line all at once.
Mm-hmm.
You get there through hard work, you get there through innovation, you get there through education, you get there through kind of bringing forth that leadership. But there's no doubt that in a country of 1.4 billion people, that those leaders will emerge. They just need some of the capabilities, some of the opportunities and resources in order to assert themselves. And one of the things that I think is most promising, you're actually, Sonali, a great example of this. One of the things that was happening or has been happening for decades is that a lot of the young talent in India was going to the United States. And if you look at the technology leadership in the United States, a giant percentage of it is from India, is from South Asia.
Yeah.
What you're seeing now is young people like you sometimes getting their education in the United States and coming back to India, trying to drive that innovation and leadership in India.
Yeah.
That's the future.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's so much conversation that's happening in the States led by Indian-born or Indian-raised men and women. And so there is no doubt that we possess the skill set.
The talent is there.
The talent. And I think it's just about creating that space for dialogue that's collaborative and also continuous, that it's not just a one-off event. And I think World Technology does not intend to be a one-off event.
No, we intend to create an entire digital ecosystem around technology leadership. The emphasis is on the people, not on the technology. The emphasis is on the inventors, on the innovators, on the people who actually bring forth the ideas and have the inspiration and have the drive, the patience, the persistence to realize them, and to provide those role models for younger people here, all across the world, because that is going to be the source of the solutions to the challenges that we face.
Okay, before I let you go, because you talked about people, I read somewhere a quote by John Adams that said, "The end of all study is to make you a good man and a useful citizen." What role does technology play in these two pillars that seem to be distinct, but are they distinct, being good and useful? And what's the distinction?
Look, technology, and everybody will say this, technology is a double-edged sword. Technology can be used to destroy. I mean, Indian philosophy is rich with these type of metaphors. Technology is both a creator and a destroyer, and it's up to the human beings who are wielding it, who are using those tools, to use them responsibly, to use them ethically, to build rather than to destroy. I don't think there's anything about technology that cuts one way or the other. It's the human beings that are wielding it that make those decisions, which is very much why our focus is on the human leadership and on those technology leaders. We want to provide those good role models so that the children who are looking up to them understand that how to use technology is just as important as how to develop technology.
Wise words, Steve. I think you perfectly bring the point of the fact that the good and the useful don't have to be opposite to each other. They can exist. And I think Andy, who's going to be speaking to us next, will tell us about the debates that are around this subject. How do we be both good and useful in the age of technology? Thank you so much, Steve, and I'm really looking forward to your podcast. Great. I'm going to see you around. Andy.
Andy, you're up.
Thank you very much, Steve. Great to be here.
Let's
wow.
imagine digital applause.
That's
Yay.
it. We have it.
Andy, I need to tell people that I'm kind of biased here. I know Andy for a really, really long time. His hair has changed color, but the style remains the same. He's one of the coolest people you know. You've done a degree in post-humanism or something?
Yeah, written a lot about technology over the years,
God,
that's for sure.
crazy.
A lot's changed. Gosh, 25 years ago, we had the completion of the Human Genome Project, and now we're in an age of AI. It's just been a whirlwind.
I really wanted to be a part of that project. His LinkedIn reads like a dissertation. But coming back to the point, Andy will be refereeing a lot of the debates today. I think there are 2 debate sessions today, and you'll be the referee. So I want to talk about the idea or the concept of the debate in the age of AI. What makes a good debate in the age of AI? Is it logic? Is it empathy? Is it uncertainty? What do you think?
You know, I think that's a great question because what I love about ChatGPT is it takes us back actually to ancient Greek philosophy, where when we tried to develop knowledge, it was through dialogue, through conversation, and ChatGPT is used best when we do that really well, asking great questions, trying to have a back and forth to develop our knowledge. So debate for me is flourishing in an age of AI, not least because it can also give us perspectives we hadn't thought about before. So it kind of is like an internal critical voice pushing us to think deeper about subjects, but also in a quite safe way. Often people are anxious about putting their ideas out there because they think, is it right, is it wrong, am I getting it right at all? So AI is a safe place where you can explore your ideas and test them out.
Yeah, but do you think, are we doing it the right way? Are we using AI in a way that it's like Socratic, where there is critical pushback, or are we just using it as an assistant or a research person who just brings out information for us? What are we doing right and what are we doing wrong?
Well, you know, I'm from the United Kingdom, so I'm based in England, and just yesterday we had the publication of the new government National Curriculum Review. So this is where we think about what we teach children from the age of 5 to the age of 18. And throughout all those ages, what it concludes is that we need to teach media literacy to help young people make sense of the technology, find ways to integrate it into their lives, and do it better. So I think that we're at an age where it's still quite early, and we see lots of bad practice, we see lots of limited use. So we need to think about how to inspire people to be more creative and imaginative. In fact, today I think it's Oxford Dictionary. Every year they have a word of the year, and this year it's vibe coding, which is this term that describes the transition from essentially developing software using coding languages to trying to use natural language to think about and describe what we want to create and make it happen.
My degree would have been so much easier if we had. And that's such a cool word of the year. My word of the year was decisive, and nowhere close to that. But my last question to you before I let you go is that the debate format is highly embedded in our Indian cultural systems. We have the Buddhist debate, the monks debate, and that's how they become monks eventually. We have debates in Hinduism, in Christianity. How do you see the tradition of the debate changing in the age of AI? Do you imagine it as a new format? How do you see it evolving?
I think what's wonderful about debating is it's been consistent throughout history. It sort of responds to, I think, our natural human desire to communicate, to share, to explain, to understand. And AI is another feature of that component, really. So I don't see it as changing fundamentally, but I do see it as helping us evolve our ideas and perhaps push us a little bit further to be more creative with how we think. And that's hopefully what technology always does. And there's a wonderful book called When Technology Bites Back, published about 25 years ago. And it is very difficult to anticipate the consequence of technological change. But by having that opportunity to debate, think things through, we hopefully forge a better future that we're all part of rather than separate from.
Always will be human to human, or will we ever have a debate that's human AI?
I think it's useful to think about companion AI as a way forward. So we're moving from an era where we are simply using prompts to try to get responses, closer towards having operational agents where they go out and perform tasks for us. I think the next stage of that is where we think about AI as a companion. There's a very good chance that within 10 years, your personal AI will know more about you than anybody else in your life. And that sounds sort of like a bad thing initially, but actually because it is that critical voice inside your head, I think it can be a way for us to reflect, to engage, but also to be more present with the decisions we're making.
Would you rather debate a human or an AI?
I'd rather debate both at the same time.
At the same time? Who would be your ideal debate opponent? I know it's me, but if it's not me, who would it be?
You know, I'm always conscious of thinking who's outside of debates. And when we think about AI, it's a great example where we imagine that the world is part of this. In fact, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, when he developed the World Wide Web, came up with this phrase, "This is for everyone," at the end of the manifesto. And it's clear that 30 years later, it's not yet for everyone. So I'm always thinking, who's actually outside of the conversation so far, and how do we bring them in?
Yeah. So do you have a name for me?
A name? Gosh, no, I don't have a name. I think actually the one thing that's really exciting is if you bring people from different disciplines together. So as a scientist working in technology, I think you bring artists, philosophers, you bring people that come from outside of your world.
Maybe Christopher Nolan.
You know, filmmakers are a great insight into the future too.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Andy. It was great talking to you, and I'll let you prepare for your debates now. All of you watching, we'll be soon going to the debating sessions after the coffee break, so stay tuned. Our next guest is Winston, the best companion I had yesterday at the night summit.
Yes,
you
that's
were
right.
great.
Nice meeting you.
Great. I know you have a gift for me, but you're going to keep it for later?
Yes, for later.
Later.
Yes.
Winston, tell us about Cellogenics and what brings you here regarding the World Technology Summit.
So Cellogenics is a regenerative science company. So we are a biotech company based in Singapore. It's 10 years in the making, and we're focusing on understanding how the body can help heal ourselves. So do you know that the body has a very amazing ability to heal itself, and people don't realize that. So what we've been doing is to harness what the body can do, bottle it up into a product that we can use. So this is something we call a secretome. It comes from stem cells, but stem cells themselves have a lot of controversy about it. So secretome is basically the secretions that stem cells secrete, and that is what exactly that makes the body heal. So by just using the secretome and not using the stem cells, we eliminate all the regulatory, safety, and ethics concerns. And it's something that is a lot safer, affordable, and more accessible than stem cell technology.
Yeah, we will be talking about
Yes,
ethical
a lot
red
more
flags later on. But my question to you is, do you think biotech in the coming years is going to be more cellular or more computational?
I think both in a way. Science innovation is still very important. We still need to do the lab work, but I think AI itself can be used to help, reduce the amount of load that we need to do to, for example, quantitative kind of like data analysis. So it's a mix of both. Both are important, and increasingly so we can get a lot more of these, technology that we have from science into the market a lot faster.
And would you say regeneration science counts as longevity science?
Yes, I would think so. So we're all starting to live longer today, but not necessarily always better. We have lots of people having chronic issues. So what we want to do is that as we start living longer, we want to live better as well. And regenerative science is there to help us do exactly that.
Yeah.
So, for example, you might be living up to 120, but you also want to feel like you're living, like you're still 60.
Wow.
So that's exactly where we're headed towards.
I really want
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But what do you think people get wrong about longevity science today?
I think people just do understand, how it works. So people are still very confused, and sometimes a lot of marketing when it comes to explaining what stem cells do or longevity science, it seems to be a lot more harmful than it's actually helpful. So I think, for example, my job, I'm not a scientist by trade, so my job is basically to focus on business strategy and communications. And it's basically to help people understand that, whatever we're doing right now will help you in the long term. And people will slowly understand that, and hopefully we'll come to a stage where people accept, longevity and regenerative technology as the future of medicine.
Yeah, I'm going to keep some questions for you
Yes.
for my panel,
Yes,
which
exactly.
is Voices of Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, Voices of Tomorrow. But I want to ask you, what, you're here at the World Technology Summit, you're going to meet a lot of scientists, a lot of entrepreneurs and leaders. What is the one question, and it's been, the morning sessions have happened, what is the one question you think should be asked but has not been asked yet?
Actually, I think I want to say this for our session, but I just want to say it very quickly. I want to address the students here who are not specifically in tech, because I'm not in tech itself, but I think that it's very important that people from different divisions, so tech or non-tech, to understand that you need each other. So progress requires shared understanding, and if we can work together, we can, for example, in our field, better improve lives and, get lots of products to market for people to better themselves.
Don't worry, I have a surprise for you to
yes.
demonstrate that during our
Alright.
panel. Are you ready for the challenge?
Yes, tell me about it.
Thank you, Winston. We're going to let you get your coffee before you
Alright.
can step in for the other session. We'll have a debate followed by Voices of Tomorrow. So he'll be on stage with me. Stay connected, and I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be back here, and things are about to get very hot indeed. Yes, everyone, you have front row seats to the biggest battle of brains you're going to see on this stage. This is session number 4, The Power of Humanity in the Age of AI. Does the hope outweigh the fear? And joining me is my fearless co-host, Akshita. How are you enjoying being on stage at the moment?
I am absolutely enjoying, and I'm so thrilled for this power-packed session between 7 students and our revered guest, Mr. Andy, and such a powerful power-packed debate that has been set up for all of you. We'll be very thrilled to watch all of it.
Yes, brilliant. You've mentioned Andy. Let's get some help because we need some serious heavy lifting in the referee department. So let's enlist the help of the fantastic Professor Andy Mir. Please come out, our referee.
May we have a big round of applause for Mr. Andy. Hi.
Okay. Music. Thank you, Andy. Lovely to see you here in Pune.
Great to be here. What a wonderful venue we have here.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Now, I think what we might need at this point will be our students. That's right. So let's get our teams out. It's time to introduce our teams. Would you like to introduce the teams?
Sure.
So we've got this and that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Abhinaya Rajandan, Tanaya Bodkar, Samanyu Bhati, as they are banding together to become a powerful debate team A. For debate team B, we have Monica Rokadi, Kushagra Singh, and Taksh Davalia. All the students, may we kindly have you up on stage.
Come on out, teams, and take your seats as we begin. That's right. Come and sit on the seat with your name, please. Welcome, welcome everybody. Congratulations, teams. As you're ready, I think it's now time to hand over to you for the felicitation request.
Thank you so much. I request the WTS team to kindly felicitate the students of MIT WPU. So I would like you to kindly come up on stage and kindly felicitate the students.
And while that's happening, we can have a pre-match conversation, I think. So
yes.
The students will be felicitated.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have up on stage Dr. Raghunath, who will be felicitating the kids of MIT World Peace University. By the time we are into it, I would like to tell you all that on the right-hand side, we have debate team A, and on the left-hand side, we have debate team B.
And as we sort that out, we're going to be talking about what the future holds, straight from the minds of these amazing young people who have all dedicated their lives, their passions to science, and we like that. And whilst we're doing our fabulous and beautiful felicitations, let's ask you, Andy, what are the rules? Tell us a little bit about the debate.
Well, first of all, we really need the audience to participate in this. We had a very serious meeting yesterday about how we would decide who is the winner of this debate. And rather than have a kind of voting system, complex technology system, we thought the best way to decide is by audience acclamation. So what we need is at the end of the session, we need you all to applaud for who you think has won the debate. So the team with the loudest cheer will be the winner of the debate. Does that seem like a fair way to go?
That does. Do you know what? Actually, team, should we go head over here so that they get some lovely clear shots of the felicitation? So come over here, Akshita and Andy. Then audience, you can see us and this wonderful ceremony happening at the same time. So what are you expecting? What tips can you give our students? What's going to give them that winning factor?
So this, of course, is a very fair debate. So each team will have a chance to present their initial position, so the for and against the motion. Each will then have an opportunity to rebuttal for 5 minutes again. And at the end of that, we also will look to the audience for input. So audience, you must be very attentive, listen very carefully. We will have time for 1, maybe 2 questions from the audience to each team. So I will come to you all and ask you to raise your hand if you have a question that you can put to the team members. And at the end of that process, we will then take the vote to see who has convinced the audience the most.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
An absolute delight for the audience, I feel, because I think everyone here has some questions and curiosity in their minds, and through this debate, they'll all be out.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
So,
And Akshita, I'm going to ask, is there any presenting tips that you would like to pass on from our morning so far that you could give the students some help on what to do when they are on stage?
I think it would certainly be to be calm and present all of your opinions and not be afraid.
Oh, yes. It's getting the handle on the fear is probably the one most difficult and most simple thing to do when you stand up here. And once we've had our debate, we are going to go on to a rather wonderful chat about more about the, oh, let's have a look. I can see. Yes, we've got an amazing panel coming on after this, which is going to be looking at yet more innovation in science and technology. Later on, we've got a panel on life sciences. We've got some incredible biotech entrepreneurs who have become incredibly successful. So stay tuned for that. And I think it looks like everyone has been successfully felicitated. That's wonderful. So I'm going to give you the honor of introducing Andy as he approaches his throne. Students, best of luck. Akshita, over to you to introduce Andy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Professor Andy, who would be refereeing today's debate. On the right side, you have Team A, and on the left side, you have Team B. Let the debate get started.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, as I mentioned, we will require your participation in this debate. So please, if you could first join me in giving a big round of applause for our competitors as they take their seats. Please feel welcome. Okay, so our motion today is around the age of artificial intelligence and whether we are more hopeful or fearful about the future. Each team will take a position and then have the opportunity to respond to each other. They have practiced, they are very good at this, so I'm very confident in their position. We have, to my right, the team that will argue on behalf of hope and optimism, and on my left, we have the team that will argue and talk about the anxiety and the fear. At the end of this debate, you have to decide whether you think we should be more fearful or be more optimistic. Which one do you see yourselves as closest to? So without any further ado, our team has access to the clock on our right-hand side. So if we can get a 5-minute reset on the clock, we will allow our first team to begin. And I think it's probably appropriate to start with our pro team. So over to you. 5 minutes are on the clock.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction. So we'll be speaking about the topic that is empowering humanity and feeling that AI is the hope for the new future. I start my topic with Icarus. And though he soared too near the sun, he smiled as he fell. Icarus reminds us of our capacity to fly, not to fall, but to rise. Honorable Chair, respected judge, and my fellow audience, and my fellow debatees, I stand on the side of hope to affirm that in this age of AI, hope outweighs the fear. Human progress has always been about courage, daring to step beyond what's known. From the fire to the printing press, the steam engine, and to the internet, each leap has filled us with doubt and dread, yet we chose to embrace this change and to transform over our destiny. AI is the same and is the next expression of human ingenuity. A research from Stanford AI Index shows that 80% of the population in China, Indonesia, and Thailand believe that the benefits of AI much more outweigh the harm that it can cause. This tech that was once feared as cold and unfeeling is now a tool of empowerment. You're looking at access for every rural villager, access for the general public. I'm pretty sure most of us have ChatGPT on our phone or any AI system, and that we prefer to use that over a simple Google search for a more detailed explanation and answer. Throughout preparing for this entire debate, most of my points were found in an instant, and I got to know so much more topics, all because of AI. I agree it would have taken me much more time if I hadn't got a LLM to help me with my assistant. The UN Development Program on Human Development reports that the true value of AI is not to replace humans, but to augment it. We are not handing our future over to machines, but expanding what the human intellect can do, and we are amplifying what we can learn. What I thought would take me days and months to finish as a project, I could complete in a week. This change has helped me bring about more ideas. It has helped us be more creative. push our boundaries of what we knew and what we thought we knew, and it forces us to explore more and to find out about more topics. Over the past year as a student, most of my AI learning has been extremely based on jumping off from tangent to tangent, exploring more topics based on learning faster. Had there not been AI, I would have still been stuck some point along the way figuring out smaller, more inconsequential things. While we do talk about the hope, we have to also acknowledge the fear. The fear of AI always persists, the fear of the job market crashing, the fear of bias and ethics. Fear always follows invention. When electricity was invented, there was always fears of it burning homes. And when the computer was there, there was always the fear that it would destroy employment. But humans adapt. That's our specialty. We adapt, we regulate, we educate, and we thrive on these new changes. And I don't see AI being any different. This is the path forward for humanity with AI, building ethical frameworks, reskilling workforces, and ensuring technological inclusivity. Open source contributions have jumped a huge amount due to AI, and this technology is accessible to everyone from around the world. Anyone can make their own changes, can make sure that what they're building is true to what their purpose stands for. That's why you've seen the boom of so many startups in the past few months. AI is going to make more millionaires it did now than the internet did 20 years ago. So the question is not, do you fear the machines? The question is, do you have the courage to rise with it? AI is not the fire that burns us, but the light that guides us in the way when used wisely. So hope, my friends, is not that AI is a fear. It is the triumph over it. And in AI's age, that hope of a smarter, fairer, more connected world shines brighter than any shadow that fear can cast over it. So like Icarus, we reach for the sun, but this time not with wings made of feathers and wax, but wings made from data, compassion, and a vision for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you coming in, Nancy?
And now hand it over to...
So the time is up on the clock, but I'm going to give you another 3 minutes for your position. So we're going to add another 3 minutes on the clock if we can. Over to you.
So as the speaker for the proposition, I would like to add on to my teammates' points. Now in medicine, radiologists are using AI to achieve much higher precision levels than rather either human or machine alone. Now in the UK, the MIAI AI-based system analyzed over 10,000 plus mammograms. And the AI flagged all the cancers that the doctors were able to find, and even micro cancers as small as 6 millimeter, which were not visible to the human eye. So this is not a job loss. This is in fact a life gain. Now in addition to that, DeepMind's AlphaFold predicted 200 million protein structures in under a year. But while humans experimentally solved only 200,000 in the last 60 years, even the employment fear is misunderstood. Like IBM CEO said, AI won't take your job, but someone using AI will. So as the technology grows, it is not replacing humans, but it is in fact raising the value of people who are using it wisely. And AI in the end is just a tool. Like its impact will be determined not by its code, but by human regulations, human values, and human choices. So fear comes from narrative, but hope comes from evidence. And the evidence is clear, because hope outweighs the fear. Because the power to empower humanity outweighs the power to replace it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause. And before we move to our next team, it's important to remember that this is a really live debate. It was just around 2 years ago that the world leaders in AI called for the world to press pause on the technology whilst we try to understand its implications. Soon after that, we pressed fast forward, and we are now in this age of AI. So we sit amidst hope and fear, and the two together hopefully allow us to learn. And with that, I will hand over to the counter team to make their position. So 5 minutes on the clock again, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We, on the opposition, stand against the blind optimism surrounding AI. Because most of us believe that AI is humans' greatest invention. But we think that it is not really the greatest invention, but it is humanity's greatest mirror. It reflects our ambitions, but also our arrogance. It amplifies our intelligence, but also it amplifies our ignorance. AI is not a distant threat. It is here currently a powerful force shaping our world right now. So yes, fire did transform humanity, but it also left everything destructed and burnt when it was left unchecked. So AI is our new fire, but it is too powerful, unpredictable, and already slipping out of control. Well, like Icarus, we are soaring too close to the sun, and our ambitions are outweighing our, let's say, wisdom. The wax of caution is melting away. Artificial general intelligence, that is AGI, it doesn't just assist, it decides. It doesn't just learn, it evolves. And once it starts to learn itself and grow itself, it does not ask for permission. We are told that AI will empower us. But what kind of progress steals millions of jobs, deepens the inequality, and also consumes so much energy that it is actually causing harm to the planet? What kind of innovation learns from stolen human creativity and calls it progress? So no, fear isn't paranoia, it's protection. Without transparency and restraint, AI will not empower us, it will overpower us. We are not against technology, we are against the blindness. Because if we don't question AI today, maybe in the future we won't get a chance to question it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now I would like to add a few of the supporting arguments, like my teammate said. So AI has definitely impacted our imaginations, but what if those dreams come at a great steeper cost? And what if those AI foundations has multiple risks, which we simply cannot afford to ignore? And as we know, in today's world, there are AI systems everywhere. So we are using AI systems in healthcare. We are using them in the security and defense as well. So in these cases, all the code and all the algorithmic black boxes are present, which is not really clear for all the public users. And these things are opaque, and these are shielded against the public regulators and for the auditors. And this relates for the opaque systems that are required. And systems, these continuously gather the data, and they are analyzed against the multiple users' data, which might infect, and if these data are released into public, these might impact into global cybersecurity attacks as well. And while some models claim that they are open source, but I really feel that they are not really open source unless all the algorithms, their core logic, their deep architecture are actually public. So only small fraction of models are actually open source in today's world. And this is not just a business issue, but it is rather a global issue and a security and ethic failure as well. We were also promised that the world would democratize technology, it will create equal opportunities for everyone. But in today's world, we can see that this is not the actual case. And also, if we see the global AI architecture, so today, more than 80% of the AI infrastructure is owned by the fewer companies, like 10 to 15 major companies. So this is not a great number. Also, making them the gatekeepers to our future technological advancements keeps them ahead. And this also gatekeeps the ideas, and they have an, I would say, a power that they could shape the economical and technological advancements. So instead of lifting everyone, I would say AI is reinforcing inequality, because it is enriching the already powerful organizations, and it is still leaving many people behind. And at a deeper level, I see it as digital colonialism. Why? Because it gives some of the fewer ethics, and it dictates the overall regulations by the major companies only.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause again. So we have heard the initial positions. We will now move to the rebuttal from each team. I'll look to my AV team to make sure we've got microphones available for the next stage. So please keep in mind your questions if you have them for each of the team. We'll take hopefully at least one question per team, but if we have a little bit more time, we might take two. So I will hand over to Team A for their rebuttal to the position.
So I would like to add that throughout history, every leap of human progress has always begun with fear, but ended in hope. So when we first discovered fire, we feared that it would destroy us, but instead it helped us build civilizations. When we built machines, we feared that it would enslave us, but instead they helped us free from labor, right? And today we fear AI because we don't see what power it holds to heal, to educate, and to connect the world like never before. My team and I have shown that how AI is not replacing, but empowering us. It is helping doctors to detect disease faster, helping farmers save crop, helping scientists fight climate change. And yes, there are fear of bias, displacement, and privacy, but I feel those are more of management issues and not moral doomsdays. If action is taken properly, things can be taken care of. We are already addressing these issues by explainable AI, transparent governance, and even global policy frameworks like European Union AI Act. The data is already clear that by the introduction of AI, it has always introduced more opportunities than it has displaced, more solutions than problems. So what do we really fear? Not AI itself, but our hesitation to use it more boldly and wisely. The fear is in the misuse of AI and not in AI existence itself. So if we believe and choose to not get scared by fire and learn to light a way with it, we are definitely on the right path. And for the counter argument that they mentioned, as there was introduction of renewable energies to displace coal, we do have green AI coming forward. Companies like Google DeepMind have already started their mission on green computing and how edge AI can be leveraged their best to reduce such green to support more green emissions.
Adding to your point about global security cyber threats, can the argument also be put forward that AI can be used to prevent these such threats? Like how CloudWatch uses AI to make sure that their passwords are cannot be hacked or cannot bypass that encryption. So wouldn't that prevent any cybersecurity attacks or reduce the number of cybersecurity attacks as well? So it's just about how we use AI and make sure that we use it in the right way.
Okay, any further points you'd like to make at this stage?
Also, there is a common fear of unemployment, right? But I feel like by the introduction of AI, age has just become a number. People from kids, teenagers, anyone is in a position to have their own startup without having the problem of hiring new employees or people under them. They can have AI agents working for them, and they can start their small business, convert it into ventures, and in no time they can even achieve unicorn companies of their own. So this is what the true power of AI is.
And one final point is related to open source. If you look at most of the models on a website called Hugging Face, where most models are uploaded, it's saying, you said that small fraction of models are actually open source, but the case seems to be that there are more than 1,000, nearly 10,000 models that are available open source for various different fields as well. There are specific small language models based for medical data, small language models for law-related consulting. So there are more opportunities available in the open source and that are available for everyone to use.
And it's not the AI invading privacy, but it's more of the human misuse that is coming into the loop, I feel.
Okay. Thank you very much. Round of applause for the rebuttal from Team A. Okay, so over to Team B.
See, I don't have a pre-rehearsed script. Whatever they said, I'm going with the flow. So, first point, ki everything is done as a hope, right? Everything has been going on. Ki we have taken fire and it's helping us. We have made electricity helping us. But the level of autonomy AI has, it's insurmountable. It has never been seen before. So the level of autonomy AI has, it has never been seen in the current world. That's the first point. Ki autonomy is something we should be scared of. As my fellow colleague also mentioned, AGI, the general intelligence is creeping upon us, and I'll answer the other questions as well. So first point they made is why AI cannot be helping in reducing cybersecurity risks. Let's take a real life example. All of you are grown-ups over here. All of you are above the age of 21, so you will be filing taxes and something like that. In a recent case, Indian Tax Forum had an income tax portal, and it had a small error. It was that whenever you put the IDs inside the PAN number, you could see the IDs for everyone you have, right? So if I put my PAN ID, without the password it will go on. And that was a huge error. It was a data leak. And when it was exposed to the common public that their data was not in good hands, like the forum right now, their response was it was a clerical error in the code. The clerical error in the code was preceded by we had multiple coding agents on top of the forum. So the tax portal, sorry. So AI was responsible for that, and there is concrete proof for that in the documentation. So is it really worth it to put all our financial records, for the matter, all of our records, in hands of AI where it could be misused? Coming to the green technology point they made, of course, green technology, we may all make mistakes, but after that, if we say we are compensating for that, it's not done. If we are going with the flow, we should be responsible for the actions. If we are emitting CO2 in the environment, we should be responsible for that. Not like after we have done it, we should be compensating for that. After that, the open source point. The open source point says that Hugging Face has a lot of models on there, and it's all open source. You could go and use it. It's false. Hugging Face does not have open source models that limits ChatGPT or OpenAI for clarity, or these companies, Google, Microsoft, they do not release their proprietary models on open source. And those models which you are saying are on Hugging Face and are on free to use tier, anyone can take that, but it's not to the level we need. And the other responses I'll continue with, but my main question to the other panels will be, is it really necessary to give AI the level of autonomy we have given it right now? The autonomy of taking in data, the autonomy of ingesting so much data in and giving it personal information. Okay, also one point, if you have ever reverse searched your questions on Google, just Google, not ChatGPT, and you have entered a quotation from ChatGPT, you will get the responses in the ChatGPT layers, the questions other people have asked on ChatGPT free tiers, and you can see their personal data on there. So it's a quick little hack to at least see your friends' data if they have asked the questions to you. And privacy is one concern, autonomy is one concern, and the main concern is the policy creation. As she mentioned, UN policies are undergoing, but till then all the major companies, 10 to 15 major companies, will be having all the data, and by then it's too late. If you do not make policies in the next upcoming months, it's all done. We are not coming back from that. If the policies are having a loophole in it, you cannot be bypassing that very easily from the government's point of view. And you may say Sam Altman is like, I do not want to name drop, but he is in the Congress for the AI governance side, and I'm okay with that. But it's too late now, because all of these companies have tenfold their compute right now, and with that level of compute, it's a matter of time before we give them all our data and we are slave to algorithm. If you can see, all the people are hooked to their phones. If you are not hooked to their phones, congratulations, but you are hooked to an algorithm. You are not hooked to your phones. You are hooked to the underlying data science. You are hooked to the underlying algorithm development these guys have done, and you are hooked because you like it, right? It's consuming us, and slowly and surely, you are going to lose your creativity. You are going to see I have my notebook closed because I have my thoughts jot down in my head and not writing them down, right? So I have my clarity of thought, and most of us are not going to have that clarity left, and sooner or later we are going to be slaves to algorithms. So that's my 2 cents for you.
Thank you very much. Well, we have heard both the positions and the rebuttals, so I would like to turn it over to all of you and invite you to ask a question. Can I see the microphones if we have those somewhere? Great, we have them somewhere around. So, first of all, I would like to invite a question for Team A. Does somebody in the audience have a question they would like to ask? Who's going to be brave and put their hand up for a question? Some very nervous people. We have one just over to my left here on the midway section, please. So if you could just speak slowly and clearly, thank you.
Hello. So my question is for panel A. That you said
I think
that
the mic's not live yet. If we can get the mic live, that would be great.
Okay. Is this good? Okay. So my question for panel A, that you are in a favor of emerging AI. That it will outweigh the fear. So my question is that what about the integrity of AI, as panel highlighted that same. Apart from this, what about the current AI status? Will it genuinely or will it really take over what we are planning to make? Because ChatGPT is not a complete endpoint of AI. AI is not one chatbot, it's about automation, right? To be precise. And ChatGPT is just a single MVP of it. So my question is, another question is what sustainability as well. AI draining the power like a hell. Means data centers and the electricity they are consuming. Another threat for climate issue as well. So these are my two questions which I want answer from panel A. About first is the integrity and the level of outcome the AI matching right now. And the second is sustainability. Please quote that if you are clear about my question or not, so should I repeat? My questions are clear or should I repeat?
So like right, we had mentioned in our previous talk as well, actions are already started being taken. New emerging technologies like green AI is also something that is being focused upon. And also talking about the ethics and privacy invasion, things like those will exist in the initial development, but they can be surely tackled by training more on global data sets. And if we say that our privacy is invaded, obviously sometimes our consent is also taken into consideration, so we cannot directly blame on the large language models that we are currently using. Also open source contribution adds to it. Along with that, we do have human in loop system available to make sure that as of now no wrong misuse is being taken by the use of technology.
But jailbreaking is still not a myth. When you move to and surf to the Discord or GitHub, you will get thousands of prompts to jailbreak ChatGPT, Gemini, and how you are going to tackle. Because if there is a pro, there is a con as well. So,
well, if you think about it, the con depends upon how well you use it. It's not about how well the AI acts. So you mentioned, again, adding to the privacy point. Even before AI, wasn't there a big security breach where millions of Uber's details were leaked about various customers' information, banking details, all of that? That was before AI as well. So my point is that these things are bound to happen. The question is, if you're saying that the automation would be against you, the automation can also be for you. For every con, there's a pro as well. So it depends on how well you use the tools that are given to you.
Sorry to interrupt. We have to move on to the next question. Unfortunately, it's a wonderful, spirited debate, but we need to give Team B a chance to have their question too. So thank you very much for that question. And again, to the audience, who would have a question for Team B? Please raise your hands and we'll come again this side. This side is more enthusiastic. We need to raise the game here. So, over to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone.
Yep, that's good.
Hi. My name is Gurumuchu Lokeshwar Rao. I am from MTech eMobility. I have a question that in global market, the artificial intelligence, how it covers everything, basically. Means our payments and it can be offline, it would be better because sometimes there is no network connection. So we cannot communicate. What is the problem? So it would be help. Can you explain a little bit about that?
First of all, thanks for the question. AI usually requires a lot of compute, so be it in the GPU format or be it CPU intensive or be it the parallelism in their threading and all. So that's a problem. We do not have it offline because if you just have a ChatGPT instance running on your phone locally, it will blast up your phone, of course. Okay, it's not optimized for that behavior. And secondly, global markets, I like to pose this question to them as well, that in the stock market, there are HRT trading companies and they use algorithms and they churn out a lot of money. And by a lot of money, I mean billions and billions of dollars. So my thing is that the retail investors do not get their share and the retail investors are stuck with returns of 5 to 6% and sometimes even lower when the HRT is down, you are going even lower, right? So the trading has become autonomous and algorithmic intensive, and I do not have a problem with that. But when you involve retail investors jumping on the bandwagon with automating tools and they are using the HRT technology without having the compute for that, it's dangerous because there are a lot of open source tools as Hugging Face has, and there are a lot of tools you can download, and there are a lot of questions and queries on Reddit saying ki I lost 500,000 because my Hugging Face model told me to go all in for another stock which it recommended. So why is it necessary to give the normal retail investors the access to that much level of processing without having the underlying infra for it? So it poses a question for integrity as well as security plus ethics angle to this as well, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much. So in the spirit of time, we have to move forwards into our final decision-making process. You have heard two remarkably detailed positions and counter-arguments that reveal both how we need to manage this problem of how we deal with new technologies. Each of the teams referred to fire in their statements. And of course, as people, as a planet, we're still trying to manage fire. So technology has always presented new challenges for us, and working together is the only way to solve them. So, as I mentioned at the start, we will decide who has won this vote by having a round of applause for each. But before we do that, I'm going to invite LJ back out onto the stage to join me in trying to resolve this matter. Big round of applause for LJ again. Oh, we're fantastic as well. So, how about that?
Incredible debate, everybody. Excellent work. Also from you, Andy. I feel like it would be rather lovely to just sit in
Look
the
at
chair
this.
just for a second, just so that I can feel like captain of
It
the
suits you.
exercise. It's good.
It
Thank
does.
You. Make it so wonderful. All right, now I've indulged myself. Let us indulge all of you, audience, as we help find out who the winner of this event is. Can you give us a little refresher of which is Team A and which is Team B?
So on this side, we have Team B. On the other side, we have Team A.
So we have hope on this side and fear on this side. So your decision is whether you feel that you are more hopeful or you're more fearful. Which one outweighs the other? So.
All right, everybody. So I'm going to do the cheer first, please. Make some noise for fear. Does anyone think fear should win? Let's hear your noise now.
Oh yeah, here we go. That was quite loud.
There's a bit
Quite
of
loud.
fearfulness.
Okay.
That's fair.
Well done, fear.
Can we have cheer for the hope side?
Cheer for hope, please.
That was pretty close.
Yeah. I think it's a tie.
You think it's a tie?
Yeah.
I think the final word will go to Andy, and you're allowed to say that it's a tie.
Well, I guess, you know, I am of the view that in a debate, everybody wins, because hopefully we all learn something from each other. And actually, to resolve the challenges that we face from AI, it requires this kind of interaction. This is, in fact, where we are as a society at the moment, trying to work through the complexity of these things. So it is tempting to say a tie. I think ultimately we are all hopeful for the future, so that maybe is a good place to start and perhaps end this conversation by all celebrating the possibility, but making sure that we're all careful of our future.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Andy, and the teams. You were phenomenal. You can now go and enjoy the rest of the event as we move on to our next session. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
All come forward and I will... a group photograph then, please.
Andy.
And coming up, we have a fantastic session before lunch as well. Come forward a little bit, please, teams. That's right. Don't be shy. Imagine it's like a wedding. Can we squeeze in a little bit closer, teams? Good job, a little bit closer in. You'll know about lens limitations. Brilliant. Thank you very much to our fabulous photographers as well. All right, well, we're at the point where we're going to just reset the stage briefly and go on to our next session, which is coming up. It's one more session before
Well done,
lunch.
that was fantastic.
Filled
Yeah,
with
well done, you did
insights.
really well.
It's going to be super
That's fine,
exciting.
it was good. We had flexibility. It was built
Shall
into
we give
the
them a
system
little
to have
clue
bit
as to
more
what's
time,
going
but
to
well done,
happen?
everyone.
For
You were all brilliant.
Any
come and
guesses?
Relax now. Fantastic.
So we're going to be inviting to the stage
Thank
a
you,
couple
well
of
done, you
really
did a fantastic
interesting
job.
people, and we're going to talk about all kinds
Oh,
of
thank you. I love
science
your
and
jacket.
technologies. Andy, I think your
I know,
microphone
they
is
got me
still
afraid.
live. Andy, please don't visit the restroom because your microphone is still live. We've sorted that out. Excellent. Thank you very much for your patience, audience. Okay, so now, before we were interrupted by technology, perhaps we should have voted for fear over hope after all. What do we have planned for our panel?
So, the topic for this time is Voices of Tomorrow, the innovation generation, voices of the youth, and the future of science and technology. Would you like to give it up for our host?
Oh yes, let's introduce our speakers to the stage. I believe that we're all set. Pretty much? That's good enough. All right, let's invite to the stage our speakers, Winston Lament, Amod Kulkarni, and Kanak Kanadiwale. Will you
May
come
we
out,
have a
please?
huge round of applause for all of them.
And we've got one more. We have a moderator, the amazing Sonali Prasad. So please give it up for our fantastic panel before lunch. Come on out, please.
Can we also have the
panelists?
speakers on stage?
Speakers, we would like to invite you out as well. It's not a panel unless there's more than one person sitting down. So thank you so much for joining us. I will hand over to Akishta for the fabulous felicitationing.
Thank you. So now I would like to invite our felicitation team to kindly felicitate our lovely, lovely speakers. May I have the felicitation team up on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the Dean Innovation Council, MIT World Peace University, Dr. Ganesh Kakandekar, sir. By the time we are proceeding with the felicitation, let us explore more about today's topic for the session 5 of WTS. What do you think about the voices of tomorrow, LJ?
I think the voices of tomorrow are louder than ever. With social media being what it is, there's a lot of misinformation being posted on there, and I feel that there's a responsibility to us to start training the machines back, to put our own version of what we want on the algorithm. So posting positive, empathy, friendliness, stories of happiness. So the news is full of these stories that aren't good, and without the happy stories to fill the space, it just gets wider. But so many good things are happening, like this, for example. There are so many people that are here to help. There's so much kindness in the world, and I feel like we need to show more kindness online so that AIs that are scraping our data will also bring the optimism of humanity along with us. That's what I think.
I agree 100%. Like it is said rightly, Gen Z was loud, but Gen Alpha will be louder and bolder and clearer than ever. Let them take over the stage.
Okay, and we're just going to make sure your mic works, Sonali. We won't leave you until that's working. It's not working. What I'll do in the spirit of collaboration, passing on the Olympic torch, I'll pass you my microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, over to the amazing Sonali Shah and her formidable panel. Thank you.
Thank you, LJ. Whoa, I think there's something wrong with my voice.
Does this work? Yes.
Does this work? Does this work? Can you hear me in the back?
Yeah, I think they can.
Yeah?
Okay.
So this is a session called the Voices of Tomorrow, and we know that there are a lot of students present in the dome, but I need to hear you use your voice. So can we hear some noise from the back? Students, can you say hi to the panel? Come on. Say hi. Not with your hands, with your voice. Come on. Hi. Hi. Yeah. Try the applause. I'm very excited to be here. I've been in the commentator studio in the little tent in the back, and it's great to be in this wide space with you all. I have some lovely guests with me today, very fashionable. I think I'm going to steal that after the session, and we'll know why he's wearing so many colors at once. But we are here to talk about the voices of tomorrow, and I will let you introduce yourself by answering this one question. What future are you personally building for tomorrow? Winston?
Hi, so my name is Winston, and I'm from Singapore. I'm actually at a biotech company, and what we're doing today is trying to, develop solutions that will help our body to heal better without harm. So we're focused on doing next generation stem cell research, and we're trying to make them more accessible and affordable for everyone.
What about you?
Hi, this is Amod, founder of the Kapda project. We are trying to save textile waste. We are trying to recover them from landfills, generate employment at granular levels of the society. So to sum it up, I am trying to make it better for the people around me.
Nice. Namaste, and very good to be here. I'm Kanak. I'm the founder and CEO of Arishti Cybertech. We are a cybersecurity startup. And at Arishti, we are building MessageMe, which is a first ever consent-based communication platform for highly sensitive and mission-critical communications. It's more a tool for people in very highly critical and sensitive space. And we are a regulatory startup, moreover to compete and moreover to regulate with the growing and increasing regulatory requirements over privacy and data security. We are building this tool. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'll just pick up from what Kanak said, because I think that applies to Winston as well. Winston, how you coming from Singapore bring a huge wave of nostalgia for me, because I studied in Singapore. It was my home for 7 years.
Please come back and visit soon.
Yeah, and I know you bought me a little gift, so I'm waiting for my Christmas gift. But I want to know, how do you balance your work with regulations and public comfort when you're dealing with something like regeneration and longevity science?
Okay, so I think that when it comes to technology like biotech, it's a very new field, and in general, regulations always lag behind because they don't tend to understand what we are doing. So I think one of the best things that we do over the couple of years before is that we constantly engage them, and by way of engagement through conferences like these and one-to-one conversations, we try to get to change the mindset. And as we collect more data and we validate our technology, these together help to push the needle forward. And in terms of what we do specifically in stem cell research, it was very nascent, kind of just a couple of years ago. But just recently, there's a lot of new clinical trials happening with stem cells and its derivatives. And I think in the next 5 years, you might be seeing products like ours coming to the market very soon. And this will benefit you, personally, because we all are living longer today, but not necessarily better, right? And generally, medicine don't actually, heal. They just guide the process of healing. So our body actually has a very amazing ability to heal itself. And what we do in our company is basically to bottle it up. So basically, I'm going to just segue a bit.
There comes the gift.
This is what we have developed. So this is more of like what we call a secretome. It's the secretions of stem cells, and they basically eliminate most of the regulatory, ethical, and safety issues that stem cells come. So it's cell-free, but it has the benefits of stem cells. And we're actually now pushing these products in skincare, but for clinical trials, we're doing this for wound healing. I'm going to show it to you right now.
Wait.
So this is a bottle of what we call liquid gold.
Can I put it on my face?
Not at the moment, but you can bring it home. I can use one for you.
Oh, wow.
But,
if I put it on, then I'll look like
yeah.
a Gen Alpha
Yeah.
person, maybe? And not a millennial?
I think you already are, so don't worry about it.
No.
Yeah.
But thank you for the gift,
worries,
Winston,
yes.
and we'll do a demonstration later
I will,
on.
personally for you,
And I'll give you, Amod, the opportunity to give me a jacket as your gift, or maybe the bag that's made out of pants, you said? Is it?
So I'll take this opportunity, and if you don't mind, I'll just stand and try to show everybody what I'm wearing. This jacket is made out of 22 different fabrics, which are currently grown in India. And these all patches are recovered from landfills from different cities. So what we are trying to give a message out here is we are trying to save the textile, because if the textile was made, it was supposed to be used till the time it is available for its use. And second, we are trying to generate employment at the grassroots levels. We have our Train the Trainer program where we have trained 675 people till now, and we empower 75 people on a monthly basis. We are also trying to make a statement. So 2 days back, I was invited for a red carpet event in Bombay. So the Kapda Print has officially stepped up at the Bollywood industry. And very boldly, I was wearing this and saying, luxury is not expensive. Being able to wear sustainable clothes and live a sustainable life is quite luxurious. And luxury should not come at a cost. So we are trying to break that barrier, that making sustainable fashion affordable so that more people can get into sustainable lifestyle. That's why this jacket and this bag which I am carrying is made out of trousers. So we have collected 25,000 trousers from post-consumer waste, and we have converted those into bags like these, fanny packs and backpacks. We are not doing this for charity. We are doing this to make a statement that this can be done at a larger scale with everybody of us being involved. Because it cannot be done just by me or thousands of brands which are coming like me. But it has to come from each one of you, each one of us. We just have to make a sustainable choice.
So my question to you is that if I were to give you a magic wand, like Winston gave me his magic potion, to fix the fashion supply chain, because fashion is one of the more resource intensive industries, how would you use technology to fix it overnight?
If you are giving me a wand, I will...
Technology is the one. How will you fix it overnight?
First of all, I will try to stop polyester manufacturing. Because at this moment, at this time of the year and the universe, there are enough clothes on the planet right now that if everybody, each of us start exchanging the clothes, we don't need new clothes for 65 years.
Wow. That's great. Who wants my 70s inspired shirt with a really huge collar?
On the technology side, I have this debate going on. I heard this debate. I was part of the debate at the red carpet that whether what technology impact will have in fashion, how fashion will cope up, because designers are worried that their designs are no more original. It is very easy to put a prompt and get a design. But I always feel that it is more about how well you use that technology. I mean, I don't come from a fashion background. I'm an industrial engineer with 7 years of logistics experience, but I'm still running a fashion brand. So it's more about how you use the technology and make sure that everybody uses it at a, advisable level. But yeah, going back to the question, I want polyester manufacturing to be stopped.
That's great. That's a great first step. Coming to Kanak, I want to talk about how messaging is perceived as a saturated industrial space. What gap did you identify for MessageMe to exist?
So, I mean, very, very nice question. So, point one, when we talk about communications, when we talk about messaging across today, we see that there are a lot of consumer messaging platforms that we have on our phones. The problem with this is that the growing challenges within regulatory perspective, within the compliance perspectives in every geographical region that you go. Per se, when we talk about Indian as a region, when we talk about this, the growing regulatory problem is that very soon we are going to talk about the DPDP Act, which is coming in India. The DPDP is nothing but Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which talks about the consent over any data which is shared digitally. It's nothing to do with just mobiles or desktops. If you have any devices that you share the data with, you have to comply with the DPDP Act. Now, talking about this, the platform that we have been building so far, consent is something that we have considered as a center of this particular product. Any data that you share on this platform, any data that goes out of this platform cannot go out without the consent of the owner. And that's the beauty of this data platform, that when we talk about Message Me, it's a platform, it's a consent-based messaging platform. When we talk about this, industries today are more concerned about how do I protect my data, how do I keep the privacy intact. But when we talk to the customers, they are more concerned about how do we make the users aware about the data security and the privacy. And that's where the intersection of this security as a technology and awareness as a human point, we bring consent-based messaging platform to the enterprises, where these people understand that consent, without the consent, the owner's data cannot be manipulated, it cannot be used, it cannot be destructed. And that's where we are today serving clients in bankings, defense, and highly sensitive space where the data is highly secure. And to be very regulated, as we come forward and as we come closer to the DPDP Act in India, we are already compliant to that. So to summarize this point, when it comes to the regulatory technology in India across the world, there are still very few of the companies and very few startups which are talking about regulatory technology as a product or as a service. We take a pride in that, building Message Me within India, in Pune, that we are building something which is used by Indian origin people as well as across the world. We have today investors investing in us, believing in us from India and US, taking this regulatory technology to the world. It's built in India for the world.
So it can be scalable. It will just have to adapt to the regulatory needs of the region you're...
It's a highly scalable SaaS platform that we talk about today. It's a simple subscription as a service platform that you can use and can be highly scalable for the enterprises.
And your primary clients are companies and not individuals, or can anybody in the audience?
Mostly into banks, defense, BPOs, where the data is highly, highly sensitive.
Okay. One question before I ask all of you a common question. How do you differentiate between control and privacy when you're coming up with a platform like that? So the owner has control and has to give consent over the sharing of their data or images. How do you balance these two aspects?
So when we talk about the control, control is not about the technology control that we talk about. The control in our sense is about whether the particular owner is well informed, whether he understands that my data is being collectively used, it is manipulated, it is reshared with someone else. Now when we talk about the AI, everywhere we see AI being used. We use some of the modules which are based on AI, wherein it creates a kind of alerts for the users if your data is manipulated, if it is created by someone else or manipulated and reshared with someone else. So AI can play a very important role in the platform, such what we are trying to do in the regulatory aspect. But yes, when it comes to the user-centric products, control is something that we are not talking about to control the data, but it is to keep the user well informed about how his data is being utilized.
So you do make that differentiation when you're doing the outreach for your messaging app.
So basically within our platform, we have the consent managers, consent where the management can happen. The enterprise can control the consents, user can actually destroy the constraints, and they can actually take care whether my data is being used by someone else. If yes, they can take out the consent, they can withdraw the consent, and the data cannot be reshared forward ahead. So that's how we control the data. Enterprises love it when it is controllable data that is being shared within the enterprises.
Okay, very interesting. That brings me to a common question for you all. What do you find to be more difficult, the science and technology that you have to come up with when you're looking at a future invention, or is it the trust building and the narrative building around your products and services?
That's a very tough question. I'll take it from my perspective. So maybe can I just have a show of hands of how many students here are in tech or tech-related industries?
How many of you are engineers, budding engineers?
Tech.
Come on, raise up your hands.
Okay. And how many here are in non-tech, like in business, anything related to that? Okay, there's a few there. Hi.
That's a good number of hands.
Like I mentioned, so I am not a scientist by training. I am a business person. I came from the private banking sector. So, and then now I am in a biotech company. That's something that I built together with my peers. And I think one of the things that is important to know is that we require teamwork. and I think I mentioned this quite a few times this past summit, that progress requires shared understanding. So people in the tech industry always remember that it takes a village to raise a kid. To get a product to market, to get ideas to market, you need other people to help you. And for people in non-tech industries, like in business, there's also ability to you to look at other aspects of going to industry. You don't have to just focus on that. The world is wide. There's so many opportunities, and if we all just work together, we can get things. We can move things a lot faster. So I think it's more about teamwork to get things done. I think that's from my perspective. Yeah.
What about you, Amon?
My perspective is very, very, very clear. You invest in people. If there are no people available, what will you do of this technology? There has to be a person who uses this technology. There has to be a person for whom this technology is. And we all have to work together. So even I heard in the previous talk, they're talking about humanity in the technology area. The lady from Microsoft spoke about empathy needed and consciousness needed. So it is very important to train humans to do a wise use of the technology, irrespective of the fields. I mean, even in the design field, we have to tell people till what extent you have to use it and till what extent you have to use your own brains, because human intervention will be needed, is currently needed, and I don't see that going off. So basically, we need to have more human and more feeling of being humans with each other, so that we can use the technology wisely and we can coexist together.
So I mean, when we talk, I might sound a little biased on this, but I have a very different, perspective on this. When we talk about the technology, I always talk about technology with empathy. So, you can't just keep building technology, keep advancing in technology, losing empathy. See, when we talk about the human behavior, why do we build technology? To help human beings, right? Imagine that you build a technology which takes out a job of a human being, where they are fed, and this is a kind of bread and butter for them, which their families are dependent on, right? So when it comes to this technology, I believe that technology with empathy and technology with responsibility is something that is going to go very far. If you just keep on building technology without empathy and without collaboration, that's going to be a risk for human life, I think so.
They seem like a bunch of ethical green flags, don't they? My only point I would like to make to this is to Winston. I think we were having a conversation yesterday, and he was really quick to point out that he's not from the tech industry. And he said, no, I'm not the innovator. Somebody else is. But I strongly believe that innovation is not only the world of technology. Innovation is in storytelling. That's why people like me, LJ, we are here. And I think anybody who tries to bridge the gap of the science and the arts and the humanities is innovating in their own way. So Winston, I truly believe that you're an innovator, and so don't sell yourself less.
Thank you so much.
Now is the collaborative project question. We have someone working on healing and skincare and regeneration. One's doing garments, one's doing messaging. So if you all had to collaborate on a pilot project together, what would that be?
Well, I'll go first. Probably, when we talk about what is building, of course, we take care of environment, very first thing that we do. And I guess when it comes to doing a pilot with three of us, one thing that I'll always do is to use shared resources to ensure that I save the resources particularly and use minimal resources in order to complete this pilot project. That is something that I'll do in terms of environment awareness, right? Second thing, of course, Amod is building a very cool thing. So whenever I go out, I'll use his t-shirts and something to market our product, and of course, be the brand ambassador for him.
The merch, you're the merch guy. What do you have?
I mean, I was about to say that I'm the merch guy, he's the product guy, he's the tech guy. I can stand up and say, guys, take this bag, this is made with the technology which his brings, and that message will be delivered to everybody by him. But on the serious note, I want to announce something here. My startup has been awarded grants and funding by MIT WPU. And we are launching first ever studentpreneur program with Kapda Project leading it. We are trying to create a sustainability lab out inside the campus where the uniforms will be recycled, designed by MIT students, merchandised for the MIT students, and the store run by the MIT students. Kapda Project is going to lead this initiative, and we are targeting next 3 months to have the first ever sustainability lab inside a campus run by the students.
How cool is that? Can we have a round of applause, please? But Winston, what do you have in mind?
I mean, I think you have pretty much answered the question. So let me take a stab at it in another way. So you come from engineering, right? And I mean, you've founded a company, so you also have lots of different, experiences. So do I. So I think if we come together, we'll perhaps invent or create something different and something new. So I think that's the beauty of collaboration. It's not just what we're doing; we do something else new that might, change the world as well. Yeah.
Hey, what about me? Can I be
Oh yes, you can. Of
left
course.
me out. That's not fair. Okay, so the last question before you all can break for lunch. There are a lot of students here, and many of them may dream to be entrepreneurs tomorrow, founders of new technologies. What is the one advice you would give to the youngest founder to be in this room?
I'll start first. Just show up every day. Don't think about what's happening. You might fail, you might succeed. 3 months back, I was broke. I didn't have a single penny in my account. My wife was running the house. 3 months later, I'm walking on the red carpet of Bollywood. So just keep doing what you wish to do. Show up every day to whatever you are committed to. Dedication will take you to greater heights than motivation.
Great. Winston, Kanak?
Yeah, so I'm just going to reiterate again, teamwork is very important. The people that you work with, they are your building bonds. And with that strong foundation, you can conquer everything. So I'm very lucky that I had a very good team, that we understand each other. We may not always agree on everything. We sometimes argue, especially when it comes to our side as the scientists. We have very different approaches. But, we thrash it out. And when we're done, hey, let's go for dinner. So teamwork is very important, and building a good team is something that's very important. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs when I talk to a lot of students or maybe the entrepreneurs. I've seen that a lot of entrepreneurs are behind investments, money, fame, and media. I think to be a successful entrepreneur, to be a founder, and to be a real problem solver, you have to run behind solving real problems. The customers who are actually your users, who are actually going to make the business for you. And lastly, when we talk about being a founder, it is not to run behind money or fame, but it is to solve real world problems which are faced by your customers. Be very near to your customers and everything will fall apart from your side. So I guess for the founders here who want to become entrepreneurs, one thing is that be a founder who loves customers and everything will fall into your plate. I've seen founders who run behind the valuations. Startups are not being developed or started to value your company or to get the valuations as high as possible. It is to create high impact. It is to solve high impact and create high value in the society. So I guess with these two things, I guess entrepreneurs should be value focused, not valuation focused.
And how does that translate to your conversation with investors? Like, how do you ask someone to invest in your idea that may see results in 50 or even 100 years? We are coming up with technology that's way in the future. How do you do that if you are not valuation-based, but value-based?
So once you have the customers, the investors will keep running behind you. You do not need to run behind them.
Well, great. That's a great suggestion. Anything to add, Winston?
It's always about, sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's always about what value you're offering to the customer. I mean, I'm totally in sync with what Kanak is saying. It has to be, we are in the generation or era where there has to be value. Everybody has a spending capacity, but it has to bring some value or some change in the standard of living what they are doing. If you can make their today better and tomorrow the best, you get whatever you want. But that has to be, so that it all comes down to that you have to create value for them.
I think for my side, value has been to be a bit more tangible for our sector. So for a lot of years, we were very difficult to raise funds because we just had an idea and a concept, like a petri dish photos. But we pivoted away a bit and start to create something a bit more tangible. So we started creating skincare products, and that's something that people could understand. And from there, we started generating revenue. And from there, investors come back and say, oh, this company is profitable. And then that's when they came back. So that's my way of looking at it. So I think I always try to go for the low-hanging fruit first before you reach for the stars, the way we progress up. Yeah.
I think that's so great. And if I can put my idea into the can, I think a lot of healing and garment industry, they kind of work together. If I think about my reporting on burn scars and the scars medical units, they have to deal with a lot of pressure garments that they need to use to heal. And if there's a way in which you can build a recycled pressure garment, and Winston can bring his technology into medical facilities, and Kanak can make the messaging as part of the company's initiative, I think that will be great. But with that, we're out of time. Before we go, I have some homework for the students in the audience. The tech guys and girlies who are sitting on the right and the non-techs who are sitting on the left, you need to ask each out for dinner, as Winston requested. Build up a team and you'll come up with a project or a product that you will not regret. Thank you, everybody, and now you can break for lunch.
Shall we take a selfie with everyone?
Oh, the selfie. I think it's the only time we're going to go for a selfie. Okay, you want to join?
Do you want to come in as well?
Yeah, you have the sparkly outfit. Let's go for it.
Of course, we'll be very happy to join for a group photograph.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the panel. Oh gosh, a bit of socials. Here we go. There I am. Hi. It's because audience.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
All right.
you. You're so stylish.
Thank you,
We
everybody.
can't help it. Right, whilst we do the group photograph, I'll give you some little tips and hints on lunch. That was a lovely panel, everyone. Thank you so much. As you pack up, I'll give you some more information. Lunch is going to be served in the library. Please keep your personal belongings with you. And as you head downstairs,
All the students are requested to report to the lunch and next session.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Restrooms are outdoors, ground level.
at the live stream studio here with Sir Paul J. Foster. So Paul, it's been a great day of sessions at the main stage at the World Peace Dome. What has been something that's jumped out at you, or something that you particularly enjoyed?
Thank you, Sonali, and great to have a delicious lunch and be back together for the second part of day one. I think the first part, of course, we were honoured by the presence of the minister, the Maharashtra minister that was with us. We were very honoured by that, and I think we had we opened the World Technology Summit in a very epic way that really captivated the attention of the students that were here and the people from all around. And then actually my personal favourites, which I was interested to see how it would work out, was the debate sessions. I thought the first debate was very, very interesting, the question of AI that's on everyone's lips around hope or fear, and I thought that was very, very interesting. And then, of course, to learn from some of the new innovators, I found that particularly interesting, people from around the world on stage here in Pune telling their story.
You're a very encouraging presence in the front row. When I was there just a few minutes ago, I kept looking at you and you had a smile on your face, and that was great for my session. So Paul, as the executive chairman of the World Technology Group, if you look at the global landscape of discourse right now, what issue in technology do you think is overhyped and what is underrated in your opinion?
Fantastic, Sonali, and congratulations for your panel as well, just before lunch. It was a very, very interesting panel indeed. I think that, of course, the question on everyone's lips is AI. And what I'll be talking about just in my next session at the live podcast will be around what I believe we should be talking more about, which is we're in the age of intelligence. All the different types of intelligence, of course, of which AI is one of. I think it's, there is talk today in the media that there's heading towards a bubble on AI. Already the question of a bubble is coming out. But I think one of the things that's been essential that's come out, which I was hoping it did as we move from innovation to impact, is how do we move from ideas to implementation rather than just being fearful or hopeful? How do we actually move to impactful? And I thought that the thing that I was so thrilled that came out from everyone wide and far was the position of what's the role of humanity, what's the role of humans, and what's the role of our mission, human ingenuity, in that discussion and discord.
I'm so glad you brought out the topic of different kinds of intelligence, right? We're talking about sentience here, which is not just one kind. A lot of people are not particularly satisfied with the label artificial intelligence. If you were to give it an alternate name for what we have today as technology, what would it be?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. It's something I'd like to think about. I think that if you think about the broadest concept, that if you think about the way the students here at MIT World Peace University are educated and are curious, perhaps more time than ever before, and have the tools at their fingertips to fuel that curiosity in a way that's very, very powerful and very, very accelerated and rapid, then and then, as we heard today from also in Deborah Sawaf's panel, really talking about emotional intelligence, the role of intelligence again as a capacity for human ingenuity. So I think that as we this notion, and it's something I'm very passionate about myself, artificial intelligence, and I'm spending a lot of time thinking about it and reflecting about it and learning more about it, is the speed at which it's moving and evolving. And that's created a lot of fear and concern, but I think fear and concern without the notion of innovation to impact is going to leave a lot of people sort of a bit concerned. So we're hoping to shine light on that conversation and bring in world's experts to help shape our own views and my views and collectively our views, and to think how we could be most helpful to the conversation.
Yeah, I think agency, autonomy, as one of the debaters pointed out, and speed is what causes the most fear when it comes to AI. So if you had to give a vision 2030 for the World Technology Project, what policy or innovation would you wish or desire the summit impacts in the years to come?
Well, there's just so much that this door, this chapter has opened. The first thing to say is that we are now live. We are now in our live event mode. We are now operational after 3 or 4 years of incubation, of thinking, of putting together our incredible World Technology Advisory Group from all over the world. We're now live. And as I say to my team, Sonali, there's no way back from that. We're now active. So we look very much forward to our first World Technology Games to be staged next year, 2026. And we look forward to creating more World Technology Summits based on our themes of scientific realms right around the world. But it doesn't stop there. Later this afternoon, we're going to be hearing about our incredible initiative, the World Technology Institute. And that's really going to be the nucleus, the epicenter of our mission, human ingenuity, and it's going to bring together great thought leaders, and it's going to fuel all of the activity we do in the field right around the world.
So a lot coming up.
A
Thank you so
lot
much.
coming up, a lot coming up, and thank you,
Thank
Sonali,
you
for
so
your
much,
contribution.
Sobal. Thank you for your time. Looking forward to your podcast
Yep.
and taking notes, as
Thank
always.
you. Thank you for your
Thank you so
support.
much. Thank you. Next up, Diane. I've been waiting to talk to you for so long.
Delighted to meet you in person.
Lovely. And I have been practicing the pronunciation of your name. It comes naturally to me, but I think so many people have said it so many different ways. It caused a little bit of doubt.
You know what? That helped me because I'm not always great with names. So I thought, okay, everyone else isn't great with names either. Maybe that's okay.
So it's Diane Chinesky.
It is.
You're in India. We have such long names. We can't be the ones complaining, really. Like, if we get our names right, that's great. Diane, you do the Ethics and Nomination Committee. You're heading that in the World Technology Group. And personally, I am really concerned about the ethics debates that happen when a new innovation or technology comes up. I think I brought this up during my time at MIT, that it always seems to be later in the game. It comes 10 steps later to innovation. What can we do to make sure that the ethical conversation around a new product or service is more upstream? It's more part of the ideation process and not something that's in hindsight.
I agree with you. Technology always precedes the, whether you want to call it guardrails or elastic rails. And so I think you really have to embrace ethical AI. I think it starts in schools. I would love if a startup was considering policy when they were beginning. And it just typically doesn't happen that way. And I think, frankly, I think world technology and as Paul mentioned a little bit, the Institute, I think if we have people thinking about this and it is worldwide thinking, I think we can do better.
Is there anything like ethical innovation? Can you come up with something on the top of your head where you say, okay, this innovation is completely ethical, or this product or technology?
The polio vaccine.
That's a good one. That's a good one. We benefited from it, right?
Jonas Salk invented or created, and he chose not to patent it because he believed everybody's lives deserved to be saved.
Why can't we replicate that today? Why don't we see that model being brought back, considering that we have so much going on in infectious diseases, so much going on in technology, so many people in need? If the pandemic was any evidence of that, India suffered massively.
I know.
And at that time. So why do you think we have this big gap when it comes to ethical considerations?
I don't want to give a pass to anybody. I think they're not thinking about it, but I don't think that's okay. And as we talk about AI, which will affect medicine, it will affect everything. I'm currently a board trustee for a higher education institute in the U.S. And they are beginning to introduce AI both within the staff, and I use this more as an example than just this one place. So there's ethical guidelines, there's policies, and I think increasingly we're going to see companies doing that as well. I'm already seeing some of that. Agree with you again, not where it should have been in line, in the queue, but at least now we're beginning to see that. And then in education, if you have huge universities here, And we are, at the institution I'm at, we're looking to grow and make education more accessible. And what AI can do with that is not replace humans, but it can help us personalize. So if somebody learns better reading, or if somebody learns better hearing, we're looking at ways that we can personalize that and keep that at a reasonable cost, and have more students, have more individuals feel good about their ability to gain knowledge at a pace and in a way that works best for them. And not forgetting the human-centeredness of it, we know we have failed if we have people looking at their laptops or phones and that's how they're learning. And so rethinking that paradigm, how can you create community, human community? And one of the things we are piloting is a smaller certificate type of course. It's like 6 weeks for Marketplace. And I did the AI course myself, because I thought I cannot be a trustee, and I'm going to feel the same way as a commission chair, if I don't understand how other people are experiencing it. And so I took the ethical AI course.
I think I need to take it as well. I think everybody should. More people should know about it. Thank you, Diane. I think there's a lot I would like catch up with you on later. But this is more of a comment. I really hope we get more ethicists, young ethicists in this debate. Maybe in the next edition of the World Technology Summit, we have one panel just on ethics. Because I do think that the young generation, they perceive ethics in a very different way. They talk about ethics in a very different way. So it'll be great. And you're on the nominations council, so maybe we can get younger people.
I agree. And I'll say one last thing on that. When I was taking the course, in my narratives, I was writing, I don't see anyone doing policy. And I did get some good, credible feedback from humans about some of the policy organizations that were being formed.
Thank you so much, Diane. Thank you. See you later. Hope you enjoy the second half of the session.
I'm sure I will.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we have the master debaters. We have Monica and Taksh. If you missed their session, why did you miss it? It was a great debate. We have someone who is debating for the fact that the hope kind of overtakes the fear when it comes to the age of AI. And Taksh is like, no, it's the fear. What are you talking about? But I'm going to flip the script a little, right? So what happens in a debate, if it's a good debate, is generally you're able to sway the audience a little bit. So if you were swayed by the opposing team in any manner, what was the angle, or what was the argument that swayed you? Even a little bit.
Oh well, okay. When we are talking about were they able to sway our opinions? I would say not really, because I was expecting a little bit, more backed up answers, not the same repeated things that we keep on hearing over and over again. But then there were a few points that made me think that yes, they connected the whole. They started with our past, what's happening in the present, and then how the future would be with AI in it. So. And then there was obviously us trying to, what should we do in the present so that the future is not just the AI overpowering us and, humanity. So it shouldn't be overpowering humanity, it should be empowering humanity. So
she clearly has not hung up her debating boots yet. She clearly wants to just stick to her motion. What about you, Taksh?
Yeah, for a more, I hope it's connected,
yeah.
But I hope for a more candid answer, yeah, of course, what she said was absolutely right. I was not swayed by their facts, but the thing is, you need to have some soft corner in your heart that if you are wrong and the thing turns out right, the AI is going to take over in a good way and it's going to coexist with us. I feel that could be a case only and only if the policy changes are correct. And it all depends on those policy changes and the privacy conditions. And again, it depends on the whole world collaborating together and not just a group of countries coming to consensus on a fact and the rest of them left out to hang up the boots. Yeah. So I feel that's my comprehensive answer, but what she said, I'll just add this points to that.
That's nice, nice camaraderie, even though you don't agree with each other. That's how a debate should be. No shouting, no yelling, letting the other person talk. A lot of people need to learn that in the news media and in general.
I never mentioned that I'm not in favor of the thoughts. Okay, just for the
Wait,
camera.
but you said you stand by your
Again,
motion.
again, I explicitly said I have a soft corner in my heart. That doesn't mean I have the whole corner as
Yeah.
a.
I think there's always nuance
Yeah.
in the conversation. So I think what was really interesting to me is like Professor Andy Mua, who was referring you, spoke about Socrates in the age-old tradition of debate, and you, one of your teams mentioned Icarus, right? Flying too close to the sun. I love how you guys go back into the humanities, into these age-old tales to make your argument, but then there is the caveat that you put that fear is storytelling or narrative-based, and hope is evidence-based. Don't you think hope is also narrative-based?
Well, it's all about how you put it. So, yeah, it is all narrative-based. I agree with what you said. Coming to the part where, yes, we have to like give an analogy of like some sort that people understand better what we are trying to say, what might it look like, what might happen. So the Icarus thing that we were going for. So yes, they were talking about aiming too high, and they were talking about aiming too high with caution this time. And that is exactly what we learn from the story. So we should take in account that we have to be cautious somewhere, or else the wisdom is going to melt off and just be a whole doom for us.
Yeah, anything to add?
Yeah, for my answer, I'll completely agree with her again on this. Please, cameras catch that. I'm not disagreeing with her. Yeah, anyways. So, yeah, going back into human history, everything has been, as I mentioned in my debate as well, no system yet was built to be autonomous, to be able to think on their own. And AGI is one such exceptional case right now. And I believe that this is an exceptional case and cannot be related to anything preceding this. So like fire or electricity or the nuclear bomb, for example. Anything of these things are calculated. Everything has a finite output. Everything can be done by a complex calculations. But AGI is something which cannot be confined to your knowledge base or to your capabilities. If you're not aware about those AGI things, you're not going to survive the wave which is going to come again.
Yeah. So I think you both agree with the fact that the story of Icarus is both hopeful and cautious, right?
Right.
It's how the one team talks about ambition and going too close to the sun, and the other one's like, well, he got burned. You're not using technology properly. My question to you now is that, are you using AI in your personal lives? In your student lives?
Well, as an app developer, I definitely am using AI. But then again, when it comes to education and AI, being a college student, AI has helped me a lot. It's easier to gather resources. It's easier to understand. And, if to give an example, an app developer, a lot of coding goes into it, a lot of backend goes into it. Now, if you're using AI to create everything for you, it's, and you don't understand any of that. So if you have to go ahead, make changes to it, make iterations to it, make it perfect and, actually usable. So AI, I think so, is all about technology, and connecting it to the spirituality, the whole humanity part is where humans play a huge role. So using AI along with being aware about how to use AI properly would definitely help. So I am doing that.
What do you specifically not use it for? Is there something that you will not touch AI for?
I feel I'll not use AI for the tasks that I feel I cannot do. See, as she mentioned, she uses AI for the things she understands from 0 to 1. I cannot make another system if I don't understand it myself. I myself was in robotics for a long time and still am. So in robotics, you have a lot of complex logics and circuitry going on inside. And if you don't understand the ends of it, you're not able to debug it at the end of the day when you are going for vibe coding sort of a structure. People do vibe code and there's nothing wrong with it, but at the end of the day, when production goes down, you need to have some way to restore it. And if you're not aware of the ins and outs of a system, you cannot restore it with the proper documentation, proper insights, proper coding structures, proper actuality answers and stuff like that. So you need to use AI for the tasks you are going to be doing and you have done, but are repetitive in your domain.
Okay, so before I let you go for the second half, one last question. And this is going to be way into the future. So when as I was telling Steve, I studied AI theoretically in 2008. It was just something that we were studying. I never imagined that this could be my living reality, right? Let's go science fiction a little, and you will tell me the cautious story, you will tell me the hopeful story. An AI story that hasn't happened yet, which is, so imagine a cautious story, a tale that tells you that, oh, we're in soup when it comes to AI, and a hopeful story where AI helps humanity. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so as he clearly mentioned that there are AGIs. Now, AGIs is something where it's a model which has its own thinking, and it can grow itself, and it can take input from whatever inputs we are giving it, and once it gets in the way of training itself, it cannot be stopped. It does not stop and ask for permissions that should I do this, should I do that. It keeps on going and like evolving and evolving, and then we cannot stop that. We cannot we might not be able to erase it completely. So that is somewhere where caution really needs to be applied, and we need to step back. And should we be giving a lot of all the information necessary, or should we be having some kind of law, or some kind of something to resist the AI model, the AGI model from going ahead and having all the control?
Okay,
we need the
can you
control.
give me a quick answer?
Yeah, I'll surely give you a quick answer, but AGI is something which is very hopeful given the terms you're using it. We need to have a hard leash on it, so as to say. And if you have watched Age of Ultron, those movies, that completely resonate her point. But from my point, it will be to restore humanity as it is and to use AGI under leash. And it's a hopeful future if you look at it that way. And don't get me started on the debate thing. It is not debate related, okay?
Okay, we'll go and we'll take it up at dinner. So can I get a high five from you guys? You guys are so cool. You should call me for more debates. I love watching you guys and always sway my opinions. Okay, I think we're done with our sessions here at the studio. It's time to go back to the main stage. Over to you, LJ.
Set for another session, Session 6 of WTS 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this session celebrates the heart and soul of innovation, human ingenuity. Up next, we have an exclusive podcast session titled Celebrate Human Ingenuity, where brilliant minds behind the World Technology Summit come together to reflect on their journey from the spark of an idea to the thriving reality of today and the boundless possibilities of tomorrow. So now I would like to take this moment and invite someone who you already know, our favorite anchor, LJ Rich. May we have a huge round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're doing absolutely brilliantly. Let's get this podcast on the road, shall we? It's very nice to be introduced. It's lovely. You can do a bit more of this. And shall we invite our other guests up onto the stage?
For sure, for sure. So up next, we have Mr. Paul J. Foster and Mr. Steve Hellman. Can we have both of you on the stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause as we are all set to begin with this live podcast session of World Technology Summit 2025. Over to you, Elsa.
Oh, thank you very much, Akishta, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope that we are nicely rested after a delicious meal. If it's anything like my food that I like to eat, I could probably eat 4 or 5 plates of that food. But instead, I restrained myself so that I would still have enough brain power to talk to these visionary humans that we're so lucky to share the stage with. So we're going to start the podcast. I'm going to pause, and then I'm going to do a welcome, and then we'll get going. So just a few seconds. Audience, we're going to start the podcast. Good afternoon and welcome to the World Technology Summit podcast celebrating human ingenuity. We are at MIT World Peace University in beautiful Pune, India, an innovation hub. And if you're listening on audio and wondering why there's an echo, it's because we are in the magnificent surroundings of World Peace Dome. It's so large that we're comfortably housing an audience of up to 500 students, VIPs, amazing academics, and it's gorgeous weather here, about 31 degrees Celsius. I'm going to be talking with World Technology Group's Paul J. Foster and Steve Hellman about, well, everything really. And I'm LJ Rich, music artist and technology trend spotter and all kinds of other things as well, thinking about it. So it's so lovely to see you both here on stage. Before we get into all of your amazing skills, personal resilience, Olympic Games, esports, and any number of projects you're both involved in, let's start by going back to the origin story of World Technology Group. Steve, please tell us a little more.
Jay, and
You're welcome.
I don't know whether I'm at the right distance from the microphone.
I think you can move it up a tiny bit. We're just doing microphone fixing. There we go.
And it's wonderful to be here, and it's an honor to have the World Technology Games inaugural event in Pune, India. India is the promise of the 21st, the promise of innovation in the 21st century, and we're delighted to be here. The origin story is actually kind of simple. I literally woke up in the middle of the night one night and was thinking, why is it that everything that we do culturally is around entertainment, it's around sports, and not around the things that actually move the planet forward and actually make a big difference in people's lives, the innovation and the technology. And it struck me that we could create a platform that elevates the technology heroes to the cultural status that they deserve, so that young people around the world would have technology heroes that they look up to in addition to cultural heroes. There's nothing wrong with cultural heroes and sports heroes, but to have technology heroes that they could aspire to become, they could aspire to learn from, is the thing that will drive the change and the innovation that we need in order to address the problems that we as a society have. And not only in North America and among my peers, but in India, in China, in Africa, all over the world, to have every child have a technology hero who looks like them, regardless of race or creed or gender or national origin. That was the vision, and the story from there is that I started talking to people about it, and I've spent my whole life building companies. And as a general statement, if you've got a good idea for a company and you talk to friends and family and peers about it, and 51% of the people like it and 49% of the people don't like it, you've actually got probably a reasonable story that you can run with. The interesting thing about the World Technology Games was that I never ran into anybody that didn't like the story, that didn't like the idea of creating a platform to elevate technology heroes. It just started taking off, and I was lucky enough to run into Paul Foster in that journey very early on in such a way that we could actually bring it to life. I think it's one thing to have an aspiration, it's another thing to be able to execute on that aspiration, and that's what we're trying to talk about today. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
and I'm so glad it's such a natural kind of step now to bring you in, Paul. You've got Steve's story right up until the two of you met and started to create this juggernaut of technology superhero stuff. So, Paul, if you don't mind sort of picking up the torch and running with this, where do you fit in?
Yeah, well, thank you, LJ. And when Steve first spoke to me, Steve clearly, as everyone just heard, is a very convincing business leader, and as he mentioned, has run plenty of companies, many of which are incredibly successful. And the truth is, are we doing truth, Steve?
We can try.
We can try. So I was in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at an esports conference, an esport event, the phone rang, and the phone rang from a mysterious number, and which I normally would not answer, but I did answer it, and I stepped aside and took the call from what amounted to a executive search agency, and that person started talking to me about what used to be called the World Technology Games, and very quickly I said I'm not interested. I'm very happy in my other roles I have, but unfortunately it immediately sparked a curiosity and that didn't go away, and then that very successful person called me back the next day and said, I'd like you to have it, and I said, give me a call back in a couple of days and we'll have another chat, and they did, and then they talked about a great man called Steve Hellman, and that I should talk to him, and a great woman, Diane Trineski, who's here with us in Pune, and Steve had me meet several people, and before long I found myself in Steve's office in New York, being rather convinced that I wanted to be part of the team, and as we say, LJ, the rest is history, and here we are.
Yes, and it's lovely to see so many people from so many different countries getting involved in this group as we kind of start to gather more and more momentum, and now we find ourselves here surrounded by statues of technologists, philosophers, spiritual leaders, and now we're talking about what to do next. So the journey so far, we are here, and I'd like to ask you next about the theme of the podcast, which is celebrating human ingenuity. So what's the role of us humans in shaping the future? Steve, I'm looking at you and you're looking at me, so that means I'd like you to answer, I think.
Again, our aspiration is to create technology heroes, to elevate technology to the cultural status that it deserves, to attract young people to that type of a career, to help address the challenges that we face, whether they're in security or in health and environment. Only with the marriage of technology and the human beings that inspire those solutions can we actually address those challenges. So that's I think the future of all of us really depends on having that type of leadership. That's what we're trying to build, and that's what we're trying to create. In terms of the future of world technology and the group and the organization, best probably spoken by the executive chairman.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I think it's, gosh, we're very excited about this, and it started as something focusing on, as Steve said, games about heroes, perhaps on stages, winning medals, just like Olympic champions did, and then we realized that we really had created a movement, and then we created what's now called the World Technology Group, which comprises the summit, the games, and tomorrow we'll hear more about the World Technology Institute as well, which is really the core of our mission. So something really, really exciting there. But LJ, with following the view that the planet, the universe has been around for 14 million years, and one of the things remains true is the enormous amount of obstacles in the way of humanity, and the enormous amount of challenges and friction and tension, but obstacles. And one of the things that Steve is really talented at, and so is our advisory group, and many of the people you'll hear from across these days here in Pune, is they're incredible people that think much larger than that. Not a single conversation I have with, whether it's, I've just come from Bahrain, where I had a chance to meet with ministers of tourism, or from here, I just came from the Vatican City as well, and had a chance to be at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. Everyone is saying the same thing, that the resilience of humanity will save us from, and in fact, enable the future. So that's something that we're super, super excited about. And we're refusing to put an upper limit on the organization. I think we have these major sort of flagship events, the summit, the games, and you'll hear tomorrow about the Institute. But I'm very optimistic that the future of our organisation is extremely bright.
Brilliant, thank you. We're surrounded by students who are beginning their journey into business, into positive social impact, into technology. I think as both of you have such an illustrious collection of job titles and business interests, I'd like just for a second to ask you for some tips. What would you advise these students who are trying to make these relationships, who are trying to make these connections, sort of on the theme of resilience, really, because obviously a lot of the time we're told no until we finally get someone to say yes. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that sense of resilience and some advice for young people who want to be able to be as good at business, networking, kindness as you two. So what would you like to say?
I was asked, it's an interesting question, LJ. I had this conversation recently with somebody who asked me what the common thread is among all the different projects that I've been involved with. And it actually was an interesting question that I never really tried to answer. And it took me a while. I actually went away and thought about it. Because every project is different. Every project encounters different obstacles, different challenges. You don't learn as much as you think you will. You think you learn a lot, and then you start something new and encounter entirely new and unfamiliar challenges, and you've got to figure out how to solve those. The only common thread that I could come up with is perseverance. The difference, I think, between often a positive outcome and a failure is just being willing to continue to push. If you believe in what you're doing, push forward and push forward and push forward. Now, a lot of projects that we do shouldn't succeed. Like, they fail for a reason. And so there's a fine line between perseverance and pigheadedness. And that's the thing that I think is the most difficult to learn, the most difficult to understand. I think oftentimes when something fails, you feel like it's a personal failure, but it's often just not conceiving of the right thing at the right time, and it's a fine line. It's a fine line. But perseverance, I think, is the one key issue that I would, or the one key message that I would have for the students in the room.
I mean, luckily, if they're here at MIT WPU, they probably have the perseverance absolutely up there to be able to come here. And that's really valuable. Knowing when to stop is just as useful a skill, I think, as knowing when to push. So that's really interesting. I saw you nodding, Paul, at perseverance, and I know that you've got vast amounts of experience listening to, interacting with these athletes, both esports athletes and physical athletes at the top of their game. So I'd love your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I was interested in Steve's reaction. LJ, I think Steve has run many businesses. And Steve, isn't it true that many businesses come very, very close to failure before they almost, like, it can happen in a nanosecond where you're very close to your last moment and then suddenly something happens and you're able to, like, reignite and fly?
I would say that every business has those existential challenges and those moments of near-death experiences. Every business, every project, every business. And being able to take the punches and just cool off, go to sleep, wake up in the morning, and start again and move forward is the perseverance that I've been talking about. But I think every company I've been involved in, every project I've been involved in has had dozens of near-death experiences.
So isn't that encouraging for us that we have that to look forward to? But I think there's two things that I think you want to do, right? Which is, I wouldn't mind talking about work-life balance, because I don't believe in work-life balance, and I'd like to have a debate about that some stage, but I've got some views on that. But I think that, but I think there's a really important thing. We're very lucky in our careers if you can figure out, and that's not easy, and that might come at 55, I'm 55, That might come at my age, and for some of you it might come much younger. We had some remarkable entrepreneurs earlier today talk about their vision. But when you figure it out, understanding that in this current age, your career will possibly change every 2 years, and maybe significantly. I used to run hotels. That's very significantly different to running the World Technology Group. And once you can embrace that, but there's only two things that I think are very important. Of course, it's important to know what you like, be relatively good at what you do. Those two are usually connected, work with great people, but there's only two things that are universally true for me, having worked in 30 countries around the world. And that is to be interesting and to be interested. And so just to unpack that a little bit more, I think that I get the great fortune to speak to global leaders and political leaders and business leaders and our teams all the time. And I've never done a deal with a person that I didn't like. I only do deals with people I genuinely respect or I'm interested in, that I have something in common with, that I find funny, or I find more intelligent than me, or I find it inspirational, or I find super talented. But I find it equally important when you're in a room to be interested in their story and in their journey.
Yeah.
And just one quick one, LJ, I'll share, which was the story of an incredible consulting firm called Deloitte. Some of the students might have heard of Deloitte. And I remember speaking to the very most senior executive at Deloitte about a partnership that we're building. And I said to that chief executive, I said, what are your challenges? What could we do for your business? And that person, a woman, chief executive, she said to me, in all of her business career, she had never been asked that question. So on the framework of doing a partnership, a little bit like a marriage or building a family or a friends or a team or a company, and you'd never ask the question, what do you want? It was just like, what can I get out of you? So I think that's something very important that I've found.
You touched upon this idea of being interesting and interested, and I think we had this conversation a few years ago, because if you're genuinely interested in a person when you're interacting with them, it creates this spark, this kind of frisson that means that there's more chances that you'll find things in common with each other, and it's really interesting how that kind of slowly grows into a sort of flourishing relationship. And asking someone, what do you need help with, as opposed to what can you do for me, is a fundamental part of what I do when I come here. And I advise young people on how to present themselves and how to kind of feel at home in those environments where everybody knows each other. You go up to someone and say, what do you need help with? It makes a big difference. So Steve, what do you need help with right now? What are you looking for? What can I help with?
I think what we need help with is building this movement and all joining to build this culture where technology and innovation is just as important as social media and entertainment. Let's make that part of our consciousness as parents when we're raising our children. I have 3 wonderful children, and I hope that the same values that have inspired this movement will help them achieve the success that they aspire to in life. But I think the most helpful thing that people can do is make sure that they frame success in the right way.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And now, Paul J. Foster, we can't have you on stage and not ask you about the Olympics, lessons that you've learned from that. It's amazing how influential you've been in that area. So please, would you wax lyrical about what you've learned? And everybody, this is a real pleasure. I'm kind of going to enjoy this.
Thank you, LJ. Yeah, thanks for a chance to speak about the Olympics. I can't believe that I've just celebrated 25 years since the Sydney Olympics in 2000. Which is amazing. And I know India, this great country, has ambitions to host the Olympics. The Olympics are coming to my new hometown of Los Angeles in 2028 and to my old hometown of Brisbane in Australia in 2032. And what's fascinating for us and encouraging for us, despite the enormous amount of events that take place around the world, there's an enormous and the huge cost of organizing these events. There's enormous demand, unprecedented demand to host the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, bigger than ever before, despite those barriers. But one of the things that I'm spending time with my team at World Technology Group thinking about, and we're getting better and better at that, I think you'd agree, if you look at this magnificent stage, is the power of the brand, the promise, the purpose, and the mission. If you cannot, and Steve and I talked about this very early in our relationship, if you cannot articulate that succinctly, understanding our commitment to being interesting and interested, you're going to be challenged. Unless you're able to talk about the organization and show the organization's capabilities in a succinct and powerful way, understanding that we're living in a new communications realm, then you're going to get challenged. So you better make sure. So what does the Olympics do well? 5 beautiful rings, 1 simple message, 3 universal values, and celebrating remarkable heroes, sporting heroes. The question of, as Steve alluded as well, LJ, the question of the greatness in defeat and the greatness in success. So I think that's something that I've learned from the Olympics, how to take a monumental opportunity, but be able to distill it into a very, very powerful brand. And I liken it a little bit to peeling an apple, you know, not an onion, but an apple. And just, you know, you've got to get all of that skin off, and you've got to get that skin off, and you've got to get the skin off. So you've got to keep refining that skill to get to the core. There we go, LJ, we got there. That's nice. To the core of the apple, which reveals the purity of the brand. So that's what I learned from the Olympics.
I think what you're saying is basically, with a brand as powerful as the Olympics, possibly one of the most recognized logo on the planet, it's kind of easy. You've got something that's given to you, there's a legacy, and I think what World Technology Group wants to build is this legacy. And what next then? As I'm aware of the time, I'd like to just ask you to tell us, if you could do anything next, if you had unlimited funds, interest, whatever it is, if you had people saying, "What we want to do anything that you ask," what would be the ideal World Technology Group timeline? What's next on the list? Obviously, coming back to India, I'm sure, will be part of it. But.
Well, I think you heard today from the executive president of the MIT World Peace University in his ambition to come back to India next year and for 3 years, and in fact to come to Goa as well next year. But I can assure everyone listening that I'm having those conversations every single day. So I think where we're going to spend a bunch of our time in the next 3 months and then in the next year is think really around development of our World Technology Institute, which I think will become very important as we've revealed the absolute requirement of governments, companies, academia and others to help create this leadership across technology, science and innovation. That's a need that came from the market. That's not something we went looking for. That came and found us. So we're going to spend a bunch of time thinking about the World Technology Institute. We think that the summit is a beautiful brand and a beautiful event. Of course we're going to refine it. Of course it's going to get better and better and better. And then we look forward to staging our first games. So I think, LJ, what we're going to spend time doing in the next piece is refining what we've got. One of the challenges we'll face is enormous demand. We've actually created a situation of enormous demand. We could literally be having a World Technology Summit every couple of weeks in beautiful cities right around the world. This morning I was on the phone with Brasilia, the capital of Brazil, and the government of Brazil would like to host the World Technology Summit, just as an example, but this happens every single day.
And it's amazing that we're here in Pune for the very first gathering, and the Institute sounds absolutely fantastic. I would like to, maybe Steve, if you want to elaborate a little bit on how you see the Institute supporting technology and both the World Technology Games as well? Is there an ecosystem? Is it sort of feeding into itself? Are we growing these engineers and these gifted academics and these technologists, and then they go back into the system and create even more? Is that the plan?
LJ, I think you nailed it. It's designed to be an ecosystem. One of the things that, look, the Olympics is possibly the most recognizable brand on the planet, but it's a brand and it's a platform that was created in an analog world in the 20th century, and it has that legacy. The World Technology Group and the World Technology Games and the Institute and our digital work is born in the 21st century and can evolve in a different paradigm, in a different with a different method of communicating all over the world. And so the Institute is one piece of a larger construct, but ultimately with a unified purpose, to Paul's point, keeping it consistent, straightforward, simple, and accessible to everybody, our audience, and all of the innovators that are part of the process.
Brilliant, thank you. You heard it here first, audience and listeners on the podcast. If you want to get involved, get in touch with World Technology Group, and everybody is very receptive to ideas, and we all want to help each other, which is absolutely how we're going to go forward. Thank you so much to Steve and Paul. I've been LJ Rich, and that was the World Technology Podcast, live from MIT World Peace University in Pune, recorded in front of a live studio audience. Thank you. Well done, that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much to Paul and Steve. What a nice way to spend lunch session, just chatting. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you so much. Oh, we do need to make this official. Here's the photograph, everybody. It should be in the middle. Yes. Excellent, okay. I have got the brightest outfit on, I guess. I'll know that for next time. Wow. Okay, everybody. We're already at session 7, ladies and gentlemen. We're absolutely rocketing through this, aren't we? And you know, there's something I'm missing from the stage. Yes, I feel like there's an engineer from MIT WPU that's missing. It's you. Come back, my lovely co-host.
Thank you.
Oh, Akshita's back. Everything's okay now. You know everything that's going on.
I do.
And you've been absolutely brilliant to stand next to. And I know that you've got quite a few fans in the audience who are very gratified to see you up here presenting alongside. So thanks very much. How was listening to the podcast?
The podcast was amazing, but living without you for 30 minutes, a nightmare.
Oh, I know. What will we do when I go back to London? We'll just have to have a FaceTime call that lasts for, the next year.
There, for sure, needs to be a communication with
Then we'll be back. Yes. So what have we got coming up next? Oh, if you want the inside track on science, let's face it, everybody does here, right?
Does.
So if you want to make it in science, it's time to put your brain on record, because the most formidable minds behind some of the most innovative organizations that you have heard of or even just getting to know are about to impart some knowledge that will just quite simply make your brain explode in a good way. That's what we're aiming to do. Expand your mind in this wonderful, expansive venue. And look at that. I think everything is all set up flawlessly. Aren't they brilliant? Okay. I think.
And we're good to go.
Are we good to go? I think you know the drill by now, everybody. Let's invite our guests up onto stage. We have Dr. Lakmal Jayasingh from Oxford Nanopore. We've got His Excellency Consul General Chile, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez, my goodness, moderated by Nicholas Aaron Koo, the moderator for this session. Please could all of you come out and
May we
enjoy.
have a huge round of applause for our esteemed guest and our moderator.
Thank you very much. I noticed we might actually require a further chair. Please take a seat, gentlemen. There's no reason for you to be standing up whilst I'm doing. No, I think we've got everyone, haven't we? We have 1, 2, 3. No. Yes, that's right. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. My script is slightly out of date, but I think it means that we're ready to do the next bit, which is your bit. So please, can we have invite you to do the presentations? Thank you.
No, we'll be felicitating everyone at the end.
Oh,
so now
okay.
we would like Nicholas to take over.
Oh, brilliant.
So that we can begin.
This is a very smooth transition. Nobody noticed that. That's very excellent and well thought through. So it just remains for us to leave the stage in your capable hands, Nicholas. Please enjoy your session, and we'll be back very shortly. Get ready to open your mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, LJ. It's good to see everyone. Today we're going to have an exciting conversation about the rise of the global south. I think we are experiencing or witnessing one of the most transformational shifts of our time. The increasing influence of emerging economies in Asia, Africa, Latin America, redefining what technology, innovation, impact, and shared development looks like. According to ChatGPT, which I checked just now, but you're not allowed to use them for your student assignments, right? The global south today represents about 80% of the world's population. And this non-AI panel here today is going to talk about what equitable development and shared prosperity can look like. Thanks to LJ's introduction, I'm Nicholas Aaron Koo, Senior Advisor to the World Technology. And today we're in for a real treat. His Excellency Gustavo Gonzalez, thank you, sir, for being here with us. Consul General of Chile to the city of Mumbai is here with us on stage. Please give him a round of applause. Join me, thank you. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. He's here to share with us his perspective about the deep work you're doing in South-to-South development. Sir, can you share some with us?
Thank you so much. First, I would like to thank the organizers and the University of World Peace, which is a very important concept for diplomats, as you know. And in my personal view, diplomats can be anywhere, everywhere in the world, even here, while you discuss the issue of technology. Is the issue that represent not only one country, but the world entirely. So diplomacy is the way that people get together. And in the South-South global cooperation, what I can say as a general approach is that is the future precisely of the cooperation in the world. So we can talk about this in a little bit more details later, but in my view, the technology, new ideas, because of the population, that this amount of people that belongs to the South countries are going to do a lot.
We're only talking about 80% of the world's population, only 80%. Thank you, sir. It's an honor to have you with us here on stage. And I'm also my honor to introduce Dr. Lakmal Jayasinghe. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. He's the Chief Scientific Officer of Oxford Nanopore Technologies. From genomics to, let me get it straight, multiomics. I'm not sure how many of you know these words. It's not just cool words. He does really, really cool work from what I know. And I'm going to just pass the time over to Dr. Jayasinghe to talk about some of the cool work that you're working on.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. Yeah, my name is Lakmal Jayasinghe. I'm the CSO of Oxford Nanopore. Let me give a brief introduction to Oxford Nanopore first. So Oxford Nanopore is a spin-out company from the University of Oxford, and our motto is analyze anything, anywhere, by anyone, and that is particularly well suited for Global South because our technology, we have developed a platform that is affordable, that is accessible, and that is portable. So you can basically take our technology anywhere.
Hang on. Affordable, accessible, and portable.
Yes.
For genomics and multiomics.
For genomics and multiomics, yes, correct. So our platform is, people know us as a DNA sequencing company. So DNA and RNA sequencing became our first two applications, but we can do a lot more with that. And that's where the Global South comes into the picture, because we are trying to build partnerships with a lot of scientists across the world to develop new applications with our platform.
Just exactly how accessible or how portable is it?
Yeah, so let me show you. So this is basically our DNA sequencer. So we have, when I say scalable, it is scalable to low-end output versus high-end output. So this is the low-end output DNA sequencer. So you can basically plug into any computer and you can sequence anything, anywhere using this. During the COVID pandemic, for example, 50% of COVID genomes in Africa sequence using this.
You're not telling us that this little device that you put in your pocket can tell me everything about my DNA and my RNA and everything. That's not what you're saying.
It is, yeah, it does actually. So not only human genetics, but any microbial, and even NASA took this to International Space Station to sequence in space, because this is the only technology that can go to the space. And it is that affordable, that portable, and you can do a lot more with this beyond DNA and RNA, and that's what we are trying to explore with many scientists across the world.
It sounds amazing to me, almost like science fiction, except that it's not, it's real, it's live. If you can catch Dr. Jayasinghe after this and take a look at this amazing device he's holding in his hands that can tell you everything about your DNA and your RNA and disease and proteins, everything. That sounds amazing to me. But on to our panel discussion about the Global South. I'll start with the first question. How do you see the Global South, Your Excellency Gustavo, influencing the global development agenda? And what does that mean in your country or in your context?
Yes, it's already influenced the agenda of many countries that we are part of the Global South. We, at the moment that we elaborate our objectives, our aim as countries, we consider immediately that the relations with the other countries that belongs to this global network, I can say, are there, has to be there. So for us, it's a kind of priority for governments like Chile and many other countries in South America, in Africa, and Asia, is to elaborate from the very beginning policies that go straight forward and have this global South approach together and inside the countries themselves. That's it.
Amazing, you used the term global network. I think that is so apt in describing what we're looking at today. And to Dr. Lakmal, how can emerging nations lead scientific discovery rather than just adopt it?
I think we see like these days more and more like a lot of discoveries coming from Global South, emerging technologies and emerging countries. I think we see mostly like research and development ecosystem in those countries change. There are more research funding available, and governments are trying to have like long-term scientific policies. And you can see like, and also the investment, you can see like countries like, for example, Singapore and South Korea, like over decades of long-term investment and continuing policies change the system, and that's what we see now in some of the other countries like in India and South America and so on. But I think also like when you talk about innovation, you don't have to go head to head with like well-funded large Western projects. You can do a lot of innovations by being relevant to your local communities, local countries, solving local problems but have global impact. I think that's what I would say that need to happen for emerging countries to have a global impact on innovation.
I want to kind of like dig into that just a little bit. You said innovation in local communities to have global impact, and there's a shift or an increase in research funding. I think you got everyone's attention over here now. You got to back up what you say. Do you have any examples?
Yeah, so one example is, for example, in genomics, for example, up until very recently, all the human genome references are based on a Caucasian population, either American or European. So when you talk about, like you said, 80% of population live in emerging global south, but their genetic information was not represented when these big pharmaceutical companies develop drugs. So now what happens is, like, because of the availability and accessibility of technologies, all the countries in global south are developing their own human
genetic references to fit their population. So that will give you information about what drugs need to be developed for you rather than, so it also have a very much big global impact, because when drug development companies develop these drugs, it has to work for entire population in the world, not just for Americans and Europeans. So those changes are now happening because of the changes happening in the emerging economies.
I can see all the students lining up to talk to you after this panel, wanting to know where to find the money. Does anybody know where to find the money? Your research, or talk to someone from Oxford, right, about your research. But back to Your Excellency, Gustavo, technology is both a great equalizer and divider. Now, how can the Global South ensure that innovation leads to inclusion and not inequality?
Well, I guess the first answer is related to the how you approach the issue. If you approach only scientifically or mathematically, or you add emotional intelligence on this aspect, and has a concept that has been named many times today, and I guess it's a good path to go. So
MIT World Peace is definitely on the right track.
Yes,
Emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence is that has to be in the analysis and the planning and the implementing of the policies. But I would like to say something about the issue before we talk about, because this is not only the responsibility of governments that create policies, but it's also an issue that has to include much more actors in this approach, like civil society, like a business community. The funding issues is essential. And in countries like Chile, we have an open economy, so we do have samples that business people are providing the fundings for many activities, for startups and people who wants to do changes in this view, okay? So that helps very much the Global South, because it's a concept that is based in a country. It's a country-based concept. Not only government, but government plus, mean government plus the rest of the country. That's it.
I'm so encouraged to hear what His Excellency Gustavo is saying, not just about government leading the way, but private sector leadership and funding and academia as well. And to you, Dr. Jayasinghe, right? What are some examples of successful South-to-South collaborations in your field of science? And what lessons can be learned to be scaled globally?
I think, as I said earlier, like if you take the example of developing genetic references for different countries to suit their populations, and we see that sort of like programs are happening, initiatives happening in big countries, like in India, there's a Indian Genome Project. In Thailand, there's a Thailand Genome Project. In Philippines. So all these like South-South interactions are very important. I think that's one good example of how emerging countries can develop their local diversity, use their local diversity and the knowledge base to have a global impact project. So these partnerships between, for example, India, Thailand, and Philippines, and have access to the same technologies that, I mean, for example, in Global North, for example, sometimes they are stuck with legacy technologies, and because they've been using that for a long time, it's difficult to change for continuous projects. But in the Global South, because some of these projects are starting new, and they are more adaptable to use emerging technologies and new technologies. So if the Global South countries can talk to each other and work with each other and develop programs collaboratively, I mean, then you can really challenge the Global North and have a big global impact.
I love it. The South has no baggage, and we're challenging with emerging new technologies in terms of faster adoption.
Nick, very short. In the international arena organizations, as a sample of this, there's the Antarctic Treaty, and all the members of the Antarctic Treaty and the observers of the treaty, they can be, let's develop science and technology in the Antarctic and get the acknowledge for themselves and share the acknowledge. So all the scientific results that are coming from the Antarctic studies are going to be shared by the other countries. So South Global in this approach can be very, very useful for the acknowledge of that comes from the Antarctica. That's it. Antarctica science.
It sounds like you know my next question, which was about the new models of partnership between the government, the academia, and the business are emerging from the South. You just mentioned about the Antarctic Treaty, right? Dr. Jarasinghe, you have any more to add to that?
Yeah, so we also like have, we are doing quite a lot in India these days. In April this year, we formed few partnerships with few Indian government agencies, and one such partnership is with the agency that DNA fingerprinting and diagnosis. So they
DNA fingerprinting and diagnosis.
Yeah, so they want to use our technology to develop new methods to do forensic sciences, and they were talking about even setting up a forensic university in each state of India using nanopore sequencing technology. And those are then with that sort of system connectivity, and then you develop completely novel methods that can export to global north as a package, and that's how government industry partnership works. And so you can have a real global impact when you work together and form these partnerships. But as I said, I think rather than trying to do, so if you stay relevant to local problems that have global impact, that's where you need to work on to have a bigger impact on global scale.
I love it, right? State to state cooperation, right? It's still south to south, like staying relevant to local problems that still have a global impact. You know, I'm watching time. I think we should wrap up here. Today's discussion reminds me that the global south's rise is not just about economics. It's also about the possibility to rewrite the narrative of global cooperation. And let's end with this last question for both our esteemed panelists, right? If you could describe the future of the global south in one word, what would it be and why?
Well, in my case, that would be empathy. Empathy means that what happens to you here in this reality, it happens everywhere. And if you make a hole down the earth, the farthest place in the world you're going to reach is my country. Just to make a hole, this is Chile down there. So the problems that we do have there is the same problems that you have here. We're facing a challenge, which is technology. We have to do the same, we have to reach the same, we have to keep the same ideas. So based in intelligence and emotions, I guess we're going to have it in a very precise way. So empathy is the word.
I feel it. Empathy. Students sitting here, if you're going to dig a hole, don't dig around the university. Just a word of caution. And Dr. Jarasinghe, you have the last word.
I would say translational. What I mean by that is like you need to, I think the bridging the gap between science and the social impact is happening in the global south at the moment, because as you said, 80% of the world population lives in global south, and whatever comes from global south has the biggest impact in global scale. And you can do projects that has real impact on society rather than, even discovering like new drugs and giving you a genetic information. Because of the diversity of global south, it will really have a bigger impact on global scale. So I would say like that, based on the social impact, I would use the word translational.
Only 80% of the world's population here, right here in the global south. All of us here are in the thick of it. You know, what more can you ask for in terms of innovation and impact here at the World Technology Forum? Thank you so much, Your Excellency Dr. Jarasinghe, for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in just thanking our esteemed panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much to a fantastic panel. We're just going to do a group photograph as is customary. Thank you so much for joining. And we're going to be in this photograph as well. Excellent. Well done, everybody. It's a fantastic panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant. Really good work. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. That was wonderful. You were amazing.
Thank you so much.
Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen, it's amazing how many powerful people we have up here on this stage. And, well, you would say the sky is the limit, but actually, we can go higher up than the sky. It's about 60 miles up, and that's where you hit the edge of space. It takes about an hour to launch into space if you start off in the space shuttle at the bottom. I've met quite a few astronauts, and I once it's very cool. I say that I owe a few astronauts, like it's usual. And I remember interviewing a group from the Discovery STS-135 on Breakfast TV. And we said, oh, we've only got one dressing room. And it was, I think, 6 or 8 astronauts. And they said, oh, we're fine with just the one dressing room because they're so used to being in such a small space. And I kind of like that you've got your people that you can just spend a lot of time in a tiny place with. I think we've brilliantly cleared the stage now, rather effortlessly, I think. So it's time to talk about what our next session is and introduce our next panelist. Akishita, over to you.
So our session 9 is called Moonshot. As LJ rightly said, the sky is the limit. We have a very distinguished guest, Mr. Madhav Vasudev, former director of ISRO Inertial Systems Unit. May we please have Sir on stage.
Come on up. The gravity is perfect.
I would also like to invite Dr. Sagar Mohite sir, Head of Hospitality Department, to kindly come up and felicitate sir.
So as we complete the felicitation ceremony, I can possibly talk about space until the end of time. And with an echo like this, it's very, very tempting to say space, the final frontier. These are the continuing voyages of MIT, World Peace University, and World Technology Summit. I think it definitely sounds good in here, doesn't it? Congratulations.
Sir is a visionary who has dedicated his life into advancing India's space technology, and we are truly privileged to have him here on stage. His contributions have not only strengthened our nation's specific foundation and scientific foundation, but have also inspired generations of engineers, astronauts, and dreamers like us. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now it just remains for you to take us to the stars, sir. So thank you so much. Enjoy, and we look forward to your talk.
So good afternoon, everybody. Respected Executive President Dr. Rahul Karad, Executive Chairman of World Technology Group, Dr. Paul Foster, Professor Kakandikar sir, Chief Organizer of this World Technology Summit, faculty, students, and friends. It gives me a great pleasure as well as honor to be here to deliver the keynote keynote lecture on Indian space program in this wonderful and fascinating campus of World Peace University. Indian space program